29 degrees. Wednesday, partly cloudy, high of 30. Thursday, cloudy, extreme cold returns, high of 19. Temperatures remain below freezing until next Monday. But right now, sunny skies, we have 16 degrees. The time is coming up on 3:09. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
In these cold winter months, who are you going to trust to heat your home? Gelmish & Sons, since 1950, 314-993-1110. No hedge funds, no private equity firms, just a St. Louis company that will do the job right from the very beginning. They've been in this space for 76 years, taking care of St. Louis homeowners. They'll fix any make and any model, they'll install a new Lennox, and they'll take care of you in these cold winter months. Gelmish & Sons, or gelmishandsons.com.
What have we learned about Heidi?
But cockroaches were the least of her problems. Heidi had to fight for every opportunity.
You know, Heidi is, even though she's very kind of sweet and innocent,
Heidi wanted out of the slum, and her agent wasn't doing enough.
Oh my God, they moved Heidi right next to me now.
Although Heidi seems serene,
she's a bit naughty.
she uses an ancient folk remedy to help calm her down.
Heidi is back.
Well, hello. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying warm. I hope you're staying safe. Myself, Bob, Ramsey, Josh all made it into the studio. Here we are all together once again. I was a little nervous that I wasn't going to be able to get in because that last kind of, blanket of snow, ice, I was on, 40, 64 for a good hour and didn't even make it 2 miles down. But I think the city, the county, has done a pretty darn good job of at least clearing the main roads and making some of these things passable. I will say the ramps and the side roads
Can be
still a little. I saw one car.
What about in your
spin
neighborhood?
off. Neighborhood, I was able to make it down our front street and out of the alley, which was a miracle because the snow was blowing. But I was going to tell you that the main reason that I got out of the house is I told you guys that I got rear-ended in Marsha's car right around Thanksgiving and finally got it into ProTech, which it is an incredible collision repair. Sadly, I've had to use them more than once, but it
you know
is.
them well.
I do. But Marsha's car didn't even have 7,000 miles on it. So that one's a little more painful. But ProTech even made the arrangement with Enterprise Rental Car, and by the time I got there this morning, they already had a driver from Enterprise there to take myself and one other person to pick up our cars, and I didn't even make a phone call to Enterprise. But that's just one of my shout outs to ProTech and how, and I'm going to tell you, I don't think there are many collision centers that you could eat off the floor of. This one you could. It is pristine.
It's always impressive, isn't it?
It is so impressive. More impressive than that, because I think oftentimes teenagers, young men especially, in that 20-year-old age, get a bad rep. Don't know what they're, doing. Maybe they're a little bit lazier. I walked into Enterprise on Manchester Road, and I'm not sure if that's Ellisville or Baldwin. It's right there in that kind of in between. And every single one of them, Joseph, Evan, Kevin, Jack, Lucas, handled the phone calls with the utmost politeness. They handled every single customer with the utmost politeness. At the time, he already had it on the sheet that we were going to go with one insurance company. He called them. He's talking to me at the same time. It wasn't. It was supposed to go to me. I'm apologizing. He's like, no, I do this all the time. All good. They handled it so well. And I said to them as I was leaving, I go, I've never witnessed anything like this. You guys are incredible. And all of them said, thank you so much. We often win the customer service award for the location.
Well, here's my takeaway from your story. It's unfair. How does Enterprise get all the good workers?
Yeah.
Everybody else is
The other
stuck
places.
with Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I've never experienced a car rental experience like that. And then the fact that they were all 5, I'm going to say early 20s. Maybe one of them was, late 20s. So big shout out. And I think they've been named best customer service, maybe in the state, several times.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Evan and Devin and Tevin.
No, Evan,
Kevin.
Jack, Lucas, and Joseph.
All right. Good
So,
for you guys.
Yeah. Bob, we haven't seen you I haven't seen you in probably 2 weeks.
And I haven't seen him because he was on death's door.
Yeah. So you've been on quite the ride with Billikens basketball.
Yeah, it's
Literally and figuratively.
Literally and figuratively. Yeah. We were a little nervous after the St. Bonaventure game because that's in Olean, New York, and you can't get there from here. And so you have to drive to Buffalo. And so after the game and the winter storm's coming, and they always have snow on the ground.
They're used to that.
In fact, on the way to Buffalo from there, you go through a place called Ellicottville Ski Village. Really a cool little town and ski resort kind of thing in the
I love
mountains there.
that.
It was really cool. You go through there. But it could have gotten pretty hairy trying to get to Buffalo. And then when we got there, we were worried, are we going to be able to get out? And everything worked out fine. We did have long delays at O'Hare on the way back, but everything worked out okay.
Is this when you were making that road trip? Is that when we saw a video of you singing?
Yeah.
That was going from Pittsburgh to Olean.
Okay, can you explain what we
Yeah,
saw?
my partner Earl Austin is he's a master manipulator, and my only other choice was get that out of my face, but then that's recorded.
And remind me, what song were they singing, Josh?
Ooh, and it's all right.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll make them, we're
'Cause
gonna
it's road-
get
it's-
right back where we
It's a road trip song from that was off my playlist.
Okay.
That was our vacation. When we go on vacation, we play that. That's on there because in the movie Slapshot, Charlestown Chiefs, that song plays when they're out on the road in their bus.
Oh, really?
So it all
Okay, comes
ties
together. Well, Josh and I were sitting in the office, and one of our co-workers, she works here in the traffic department, Mara, came in and said, have you guys seen Bob singing? And we're like, what? Do we want to see Bob singing? Yeah. And she showed it to us, and we both got a good kick out
The
of
answer
it.
to both questions was no.
Well, we had to get a map out because we found out that you're driving from Pittsburgh to the middle of nowhere, western New York. And I'm taking a look at St. Bonaventure. I mean, it's maybe 6 buildings total on the campus. It is a tiny, tiny little town.
Yeah.
Tiny little campus.
Yeah.
But we had to get the map out because we saw the video.
So, yeah.
Curious to see how you guys were getting around because we have talked about trains.
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah.
We found out that the Baltimore Ravens, when they go and play football in New York City, they'll rent an entire Amtrak train and take it up just because it's that close. I made that joke earlier, a couple weeks ago while you were still here, that they were on the team bus. And it's fun to take the bus from Virginia to Philly. And oh, no, the bus was just headed to the airport
Yeah.
to take the plane.
Well, and talking about the weather, there is a little, a tiny airport across the state line in Pennsylvania, and it's called town of Bradford, Pennsylvania. And the team charter flight usually goes in and out of there. But because of weather and already had snowpack and all those things, and I might even been mechanical, the team had to get on the bus and go to Buffalo to get their charter out of Buffalo. So it doesn't take much for that.
Do they take out a chair so that they can stretch those long legs
Oh,
when
my
they're on the
goodness.
bus?
No, well, they try to give them each guy 2 seats.
Yeah.
But that's a tough one.
That is tough.
So when did you get home?
Saturday late afternoon.
Wow. So you were able to make it in even amongst all of the snow coming in.
It was, actually the pilots did a great job in that, but it was a headwind, so that helped them. But it was a little hairy driving from the airport down to Fenton.
Yeah.
You had to pay attention. It was getting bad.
It was coming down, and it started a little earlier than I think most people predicted. And I was listening to Frank and Jill earlier today, and Frank was kind of talking about how did you spend it. You could spend it, with just complete debauchery and, drink all day and not do much of anything. Or maybe you could spend it working out and getting that perfect body. I got to say, I spent a lot of time on the couch and watched Song Sung Blue, and I got to tell you,
was it streaming already?
It's on Amazon, and paid $19 for it. Kate Hudson is incredible.
That's what I keep seeing and hearing from all the critics.
You kind of forget what a great actress she is. I mean, Hugh Jackman is good too, but she just really steals the show. And then you consider that this was a true story or based on it, and it is really, it's an interesting look at people who make a living on impersonating different people. So that's a fantastic movie.
So you recommend it
highly. Recommend it. And then we did a complete 180 and watched one battle after another. And I see why it's getting all the praise as well. I mean,
I'm planning on seeing those and Sinners all this week.
Yeah. Leo, I think he's a good actor. Marsha's always been kind of a, super fan of Leo.
Okay.
I'm going to say he deserves all the praise this time. It's just a really unique character, and he's so believable.
I think he's created really a marvelous career with a ton of range.
Mm-hmm. A ton of range is exactly right.
Some of my favorite actor icons, John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, the good actors, they have some range. But Leo, he can do anything.
He really can, yeah.
For the longest time, though, I felt like every role, he was getting great roles, but I just kept seeing Leo in it. So the later ones, starting to pull out a little bit.
Like The Revenant? You haven't seen that one?
I haven't seen that, but Wolf of Wall Street, it wasn't just the same guy to me. It was
that was a while back.
I'm saying lately. I'm talking like the
You're
Howard
talking
Hughes,
10 years lately.
The Howard Hughes movie, a lot of that stuff, it just felt like the same guy over and over and over again. But I didn't think One Battle After, it was fine.
Well,
it was fine.
Here's the other thing to your point, and maybe we should talk to Max about this week, is that it's hard for a leading man to develop the kind of range that a character actor can. Like
that is
Gary
well
Oldman.
said.
Gary Oldman can be
anyone.
You wouldn't even recognize him in some of his roles. But is he a true leading man? He's sort of borderline, but you see the difference, I mean?
Great point.
But he's a leading man in that Churchill movie, but you don't see Gary Oldman in that.
No, that's a great point, too.
No, but Gary Oldman doesn't look like George Clooney or Leo, and
Brad
that is
Pitt
why, right.
Yeah.
And so I do think, to Bob's point, it's an easier kind of maybe path for a character actor than this, very handsome or distinguished looking person. I feel the same way about Jennifer Aniston. I feel like I see her kind of playing the similar characters all the time, and I just can't look past that. But I think sometimes that's because of the way she looks.
Yeah. She's too good looking.
Yeah. Somebody says, which movie are we talking about after the song movie? We're talking about One Battle After Another. Sean Penn also.
Is he great in it?
Oh, my gosh.
Can do anything and talk about, he just takes it to a different level of the walk and his facial expressions, and you just loathe him. I mean,
can you pretend to walk bow-legged? Because
he does.
He's got it down.
He does.
Yeah.
And it never kind of fails. He never misses a beat with it. Because I think sometimes you're watching a TV show and somebody's supposed to be, walking with a limp, and all of a sudden they're walking and they forgot to have a limp. But I mean, he was so good. A couple other people. I love Song Sung Blue. It surprised me. Somebody else, so good. Hope Kate wins the Oscar, but that's going to be a tough category. So I'm trying to go through all of the movies right now.
I got to catch up this week because, as you know, I vote for the Actor Awards.
Yeah.
So.
And they changed the name. Let me tell you what we have coming up, because we just kind of jumped in. We haven't seen each other here, so we got to, kind of do our hellos. But first up, we're going to check in with ABC News law enforcement contributor Don Mahalik. We're all fans of him because he just keeps everything so honest. I mean, he is a retired Secret Service agent, so he kind of can tell us a few things that maybe we're not privy to. So we'll talk about what's going on in Minnesota and, what he thinks needs to happen and what maybe has gone sideways. We'll get his expertise on that. At about 10 till 4, we'll talk to ABC News correspondent in Minneapolis. It looks like President Trump and Governor Walz had a pretty productive phone call and seem to be on the same page, so we will see where all of that stands. In the 4 o'clock, as we do, we will talk to St. Louis Magazine's Ryan Krull, and there's a couple of great stories they're covering, and one that we rarely get to talk about is some positive news, talking about crime actually being down in St. Louis. And I think that's something we all want to hear. And then we'll also talk about why are some of these empty buildings, like the Orpheum Theater, sitting there, but the owners aren't paying even taxes on it. I mean, that's money that the city should be seeing. So Ryan will kind of keep us in the loop on those. The Super Bowl is now set. Talk about some great games yesterday. We'll talk about that with KTR Sports Director Brendan Weezy. And then in the 5 o'clock, we will talk to Washington, D.C.'s correspondent for News Nation. It looks like we could, and by we I mean government, be headed towards another shutdown because the Department of Homeland Security now, that's part of this bill they're trying to get through. It's a part of the funding, and Democrats want to cut out what is, earmarked for ICE, kind of to maybe calm things there in Minneapolis. So we'll get all of that from somebody who's there in Washington. We've got some entertainment news, and then we will wrap this show up with some randoms.
Well, I got to tell you guys, I guess it's 'tis the season for cabin fever.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Last week we had the 3-day weekend, and, we had to get Finn out for a little bit. This weekend, everybody's kind of trapped in by the snow and everything. My wife decided to pull the trigger, and we're going to Disney again.
Oh, how many times will this be?
I'm starting to lose count.
Will you guys take me? I'll babysit.
Yeah. And, she's looking up. There's a nanny that makes her business. Well, she'll watch kids while, the parents.
Brilliant business.
I mean, if you have a 6, 7, and an 8-year-old and then a 2-year-old, it's kind of hard to do all this stuff with the older kids. So somebody will watch the babies.
Is Finn at a good age for this, to be going this many times?
He's at a perfect age.
Okay.
Without question. Was he 4.5?
He's 5 now.
5. This is. But I think between 5 and 10 is wheelhouse time.
Okay.
Because it's not really great for older kids. They don't have the thrill rides that the Universal does, that the Six Flags does.
I'm talking about memories more than anything, but I guess they're about you, not him.
Frankly, all these memories are for me and my wife.
Yeah.
He'll remember. I remember from going to Disney when I was little.
Yeah. So we're heading out that way. They're making these big deals, and we talked to some people over at Altair.
Yeah, smart, because they have experts in that area.
They absolutely do. And
staying on property?
Staying on property for the
you're
first
the
time
man.
ever.
First time ever.
First time ever.
So
it's
where
so
do you
expensive.
usually stay?
Oh, there's hotels all around.
All
That aren't part of
Oh,
Disney.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and good ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, do you know which one yet?
We're staying at a yacht club, which is attached to Beach Club.
Yeah.
And frankly, this is all happening because my wife decided to get a Disney credit card, and it's all going on layaway.
How about that?
Okay.
So I'll worry about paying it off at some point in my life. But boy, she just got real antsy this weekend.
I love it.
I'd like to know how much money Amazon made while everybody's just sitting there with
Oh,
cabin
yeah.
fever, looking at
You
what.
get the iPad out, you just start
Yeah.
shopping before you know it.
Man, I'm jealous.
You're opening up credit cards.
I want to go.
Well, Bob, I'll get the body cam, and I can walk around, and
No,
I'll let you
Not the
Dips
same.
in and out.
Not the same.
Yeah. I'll tell you another thing that you tend to do when you're sitting there and you're staring off. And I'm speaking about myself. I came upstairs once and I said, there's ice on the inside of our window, not the outside. And of course, we live in an old house, but like,
And those are
start to
originals?
think those are original windows, and you start to think, is it time? And if you were looking around the house and you're like, you know what, this bathroom really needs a remodel, or I hope not, but all of a sudden you saw a drip coming from somewhere and you're like, oh, do we need to have the roof checked out? Dalco Home Remodeling can take care of all of it. And then they can do some of the fun stuff too. They can custom make a beautiful front door that can completely change the look of your house. And they can do sliding doors, they can do French doors, and they can custom paint or stain it to whatever you want to do to kind of get that exact feel. And then they have the energy saving vinyl replacement window. So whatever project you're looking to do, make Dalco Home Remodeling your first phone call, because every single project they handle with care and intention. I mean, customer service is really the key to everything they do. And they've been doing this for more than 50 years, so they know how to handle customers and, most importantly, how to treat customers. 314-298-7300. 314-298-7300 is the phone number. You can also find them online at dalcohomeremodeling.com.
You want to jump in on this, Bob? No?
He is kind of tapping his toe, though.
I can't do that because you'd have to pay me then.
Yeah. Earl's the real singer of the group.
There's no question about it.
Maxine Nightingale.
Is that who does that?
I never knew.
Yeah.
I didn't either. It is 3:30. Time to get a check of traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky. Thankfully, there weren't too many people on the road when I came into work, but there are still some slick spots. What are you seeing, Paul?
That's right. It's pretty quiet right now, except for a crash on 55 North at McNutt and Herculaneum, blocking the left lane with only one lane getting through. It's not causing much of a slowdown, and the estimated clearance time is 4 o'clock. We have a stalled vehicle on 364 West past Harvester. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270. Otherwise, traffic is moving well on most interstates. The sun has helped melt some of the snow, and most lanes are snow-free and open, except for some of the outer lanes. The biggest problems now are the entrance and exit ramps and secondary roads. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
For all of your travel needs, you go to the best travel agency in the world. Granted, I'm a little biased. Altair Travel and Cruises. They'll take you wherever you want to go in style. They'll handle all the details. You handle all the fun. Don't go to the Googles. Don't make that mistake. It all starts at Altair Travel and Cruises on Brentwood Boulevard, 314-968-9600. Anywhere you want to go, let Altair Travel take you. AltairTravel.com.
Way back in time, if you had a leak in the roof of your hut, I imagine you had to find a tree close by, scale it, and then jump and hope you could get up there and see what was wrong. Then came the advent of the ladder. There was an easier way to get up there and see if something was wrong. And with modern technology, we finally get around to the drone. Now, the folks at Allen Roofing use those instead of trees and ladders. Send a drone up, find out if there's anything wrong with your roof, get some pictures, go over it with you, and see if there's a problem, how bad it is, what they could do, what it'll cost. Or if everything's just fine, they will tell you that too. Boy, it's so nice we don't have to climb trees to look at our hut. Allen Roofing, embracing technology and doing quality roof repair, siding, gutters, everything for the outside of your home. Just ask Gronk. He was one of the first customers. It's Allen Roofing. Find him online at aroofing.net.
When you go and get your car washed, do you really care which car wash you go to? Yes, because not all car washes are created equal. Country Club Car Wash is the local family-owned and family-operated car wash since 1989. All these other ones that are popping up, they're all run by out-of-town hedge funds. Keep it local. Keep it great. Touchless car washes, no brushes, inside and out. 5 area locations, Country Club Car Wash, or cccwstl.com.
New tax resolution firms are popping up every day with high-paid celebrity endorsers, advertising ridiculous claims in their TV ads. That's why they have the tiny, unreadable disclaimers at the bottom of the screen. Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. Our ads never have those ridiculous, fast-talking, tiny disclaimers at the end because, simply put, there are no guarantees when it comes to the IRS and wiping out tax bills. And we don't make promises we can't keep. Of course, there are ways the Lance Drury Law Firm can help resolve your tax debt, but no company can guarantee it will eliminate it. This is why their clients call the Lance Drury Law Firm when those promises don't pan out. If you have tax problems, you have legal problems, call me, Lance Drury in St. Louis, at 314-260-6120 or visit Lance, D-R-U-R-Y, law.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
You know, over the years, Lordo's has become part of the family for many, many St. Louis families. For 80 years, they've been helping St. Louis families with all of the jewelry needs, whether it's the diamond ring, a diamond ring, maybe something for St. Patrick's Day, something for an anniversary, Valentine's Day. Throughout the years and throughout the calendar, it's Lordo's as your go-to. Whether it's men or women, you want to repurpose something or buy something new, Lordo's Diamonds in the heart of Ladue on Clayton Road. You see, it's a family business. The family's been running it for years, and they learned it from their father, who learned it from their father. And so that family jeweler, it's where generations of St. Louisans go. Grandparents have gone there. Your grandkids will go there. Right there in Ladue on Clayton Road across the street from a Norman Rockwell-esque firehouse is Lordo's Diamonds. Go in, make a friend, and make them your family jeweler because you can thank me later. 314-432-8008 or online, lordosdiamonds.com.
You're listening to The Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, I think we all know that law enforcement agencies have to rely on each other to be effective in keeping our streets safe, working as a team. But what if that team breaks down? I'm talking about political conflict in law enforcement. Don Mahalik, ABC News law enforcement contributor and retired senior Secret Service agent, joins us with his thoughts on this. I mean, just what's your immediate takeaway and what you're seeing there in Minneapolis?
I think Minneapolis is the classic example of a failure of law enforcement leadership being driven by a heated political rhetoric that's not doing anybody any favors.
Yeah.
You can't be calling law enforcement officers the names that they're being called by local politicians and not expect it to have an impact on the streets of a jurisdiction, which is what we're seeing in Minnesota, especially when the federal agencies are trying to surge forces, trying to do their job, which in and of itself is going to put them in contact with citizens more and more often. But in many cases, they're doing this without the cooperation and collaboration of the local police departments, which is causing problems. And from my view, it looks like the local police departments are being held back by their politicians because they have a policy disagreement with the federal government, which is something really the politicians should sit down and figure out and not put the law enforcement officers in the middle of it, because as we see, what's going on in Minnesota is it's creating problems on the streets and in some places catastrophes that would have been avoided had there been better coordination and cooperation amongst all the law enforcement agencies in that city.
So, Don, can you break down this for me? Alex Peretti shot and killed Saturday morning in Minneapolis. He's said to have had a gun with him. That's not been confirmed, but he didn't have it out. And he does have a carry and conceal license. Is it illegal to take that gun to an event like this with protest?
So every jurisdiction has different rules about concealed carry, where you can carry conceal, where you can't. But the bottom line in a situation like that is Alex Peretti is the classic example of that failure of leadership and the heated rhetoric on the political level, because anytime you're going to be dealing with law enforcement, the last thing you want to bring is a firearm, because that in and of itself is going to cause a problem, right? Because automatically when a law enforcement officer sees a firearm, they're viewing it as a threat. They're not viewing it as you're there to help them. So Alex Peretti, by bringing his firearm, in my view, he was probably emboldened by some of the rhetoric out there, which paints ICE as an insurgent enemy force in the area, and the people have to rise up and protect their area from this insurgent force. So, they're victimizing their own people and putting their own people in these dangerous circumstances because of that rhetoric. And the bottom line is this: if you're out to protest, go protest someplace peacefully and stay there. Don't put yourself in a situation where you're getting in between law enforcement officers conducting an operation, whether it be local, state, or federal, because that's going to be a bad situation that could potentially come back on you. So, and the videos out there and people opining on the videos, I watched the video. It is unclear exactly what happened. So that's why whenever there's a use of force incident, it needs to be investigated, and people, especially the politicians, need to take a breath and not jump on it and allow the investigators to do their job and figure out exactly what happened before people start opining on whether it was a good decision or a bad decision.
In the Twin Cities in particular, and maybe other sanctuary cities as well, where you're not likely to get cooperation with ICE, would it be wrong for ICE and Homeland Security to say, all right, let's take a step back, maybe alter our strategy, maybe not come in with a sledgehammer and find another way to get our jobs done? Or would that be too much concession to the sanctuary politics?
No, I think ICE at this point probably should take a step back and pivot and decide and reframe their operational standing right now. So that way they're being viewed less and less as what they're being viewed as by the politicians, because in reality, if they keep the operational tempo they're keeping, they're just adding proverbial fuel to the fire and giving the politicians something to pounce on versus let's stop, let's pause, let's pivot, and let's look at a different way to go about this. I do think that different way is including the state and locals, because, look, as a state and local department, just because you're supporting a federal agency conducting their mission doesn't mean you agree or disagree with that federal agency or whatever that mission is. All it is you're there to look out to make sure that whatever happens from that operation, the residual effects aren't going to come back on your local jurisdiction. And that's what I think a lot of sheriffs and police chiefs miss, is that your people being there gives you a stakeholder perspective, gives you a stakeholder footing in that operation and the ability to maybe pause the federal agencies from doing certain things, because they know the jurisdiction, they know what's going on, they know the people on the ground, and they can say, look, maybe this isn't a good idea, or maybe we shouldn't go here, or here's a better way to do this. And that type of support is missing, and that is a complete failure of law enforcement leadership across the board out there, and which is something that unless they do that, we're going to continue to see this failed dynamic that we're seeing in Minnesota.
Hey, Don, I want to know, we've been deporting people for the last 30-something years, if not longer. How come now, this year, it has gotten to a point where you're having protesters clash directly with ICE agents in the streets?
Well, President Obama was called quietly and cornered the deporter-in-chief, because I think he deported more criminal illegal aliens than anybody during his administration. But it was done differently insofar as they worked with the local and state stakeholders, and they really focused on criminal illegal aliens. And I think their operational posture was different than what we're seeing now. But it was also a different time. We didn't have 4 years of an invasion of people coming into the United States unfettered. We don't know where a lot of these people are at. We don't know what the intention of some of these people are. There's been documented cases of people associated with gangs, potential terrorist groups, and whatnot. So ICE is a very difficult job, because any criminal who you're hunting, whether they're illegal or a U.S. citizen, is not going to just stand there and wait for you to come arrest them. So it's a difficult job to try to find these people and then take them into custody and remove them. So the job is daunting, and the administration has put, I think, a pretty high bar on ICE about what they're looking for, because, in their minds, they have a focus of wanting to remove a lot of the people that have come in over the last 4 years that have been unchecked, unvetted, and whatnot. So I think that puts some pressure on the local municipalities, because they've never seen the ICE operations at the tempo that they're occurring now. And I think that's the problem here. And for some of these local jurisdictions, because they're not working with ICE, ICE is coming in with a game plan, getting no feedback from the local officials, and they're running and gunning, and there's nobody there to go, hold on, we've got a better way, or wait a second, let's try it this way. And I think that's the piece that's missing here, which is what's so important in law enforcement, because law enforcement is a team effort. You need federal, state, and local working together to really keep the streets safe. When that team breaks down, it can have catastrophic results, and we're seeing that on the streets of Minnesota. And I lay that blame at the law enforcement leadership level and the politicians level, because their rhetoric is not helping anything.
And it does seem like ICE and Border Patrol are there for, as you say, the mission. They're there for something very specifically. When the crowd starts getting involved, when people start protesting, or there are interactions, that's when I'm taking it the local law enforcement needs to take over. ICE has no business dealing directly with citizens in Minneapolis. And this is just my take, Don. If something happens, ICE just says, look, it's getting hot, let's get out of here, and let local law enforcement take over.
And to your point, that's the importance of local coordination. Look, when I was working, we never did anything criminal investigative-wise on the streets without including the local jurisdiction, whether it was letting them know we're in the area or having uniformed officers or detectives with us. So that way, if something happens, the local police radio is your fastest form of communication. And because that's missing here, ICE is finding itself in situations where some of the videos are being surrounded and taunted by these protesters who should be peaceful, and then it's causing problems. And the bottom line is, if you're there to peacefully protest, go peacefully protest. Don't put yourself in the middle of a law enforcement operation, whether you like it or not, because that is not going to play out well for you. And unfortunately, I think some of these people are being emboldened by the rhetoric. They're being told ICE is an invading force, and they're inserting themselves in situations that, look, if you don't like the fact that they're enforcing immigration law or fine, go protest, go to the State House, come to D.C., protest in Congress, but don't get yourself in the middle of an ICE operation where 12 ICE officers just got out of a car and are going into a house, and then you're going to run up there and try to stop them.
Yeah. Before we let you go, because I know you have so much more experience with guns than any of us in here, on the shooting of Alex Preddy, I think what's on a lot of people's minds is, did there need to be so many shots fired? Does there need to be, or that's just the heat of the moment, your hands on the trigger? Can you break that down?
Typically, and this has been studied ad nauseum by the Force Science Institute, when there's a law enforcement use of force incident and law enforcement officers are forced to shoot, a bunch of physiological factors come into play: tunnel vision, time lapse, and at times the inability to really know how many shots you fired. So it is not unusual for a law enforcement officer to fire a lot of rounds during the use of force incident because of the stress, the life and death immediacy, and some of the physiological factors that come into play. Unfortunately, it gets when there's no investigation or there's not time for an investigation, it gets a lot of media play that they fired so many shots. When in reality, it can be explained from a human performance factors perspective if people give it the time and space for that explanation. I know I've had friends that have been in shootings. They've reloaded. They don't remember them reloading. If you talk to combat veterans, they'll tell you the same thing in combat situations, and that's all because of the stress and the physiological things that occur when a human body is under that kind of stress. So it is not unusual, but I would like to see an investigation happen so we can understand the full scope of what occurred there.
Yeah. Don Mahalik, we always appreciate your insight. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
And now, KTRS weather.
Well, the skies are sunny, but boy, these temperatures are cold. We're only going to make it into the mid-teens today, and temperatures actually late tonight will start to go back up tonight. So we'll drop into the single digits and then rise back up into the teens tomorrow morning. Morning low about 18, the high tomorrow close to 30, but we're still not making it to freezing. The good news is no snow in the forecast for at least the next 4 or 5 days. In the First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kent Earhart for the Big 550 KTRS.
Hi, I'm Mike Vitale from Vitale's Bakery on a Hill. Our family runs a bakery and a retail store started by our parents, Pete and Grace Vitale, in 1976. Vitale's Bakery makes the finest Italian bread and pastries, including our mom's legendary Giuliana seed cookies and her famous meat sauce.
And don't forget our pizza crust.
We also carry customers' favorites like lemon ice. Come taste our Italian heritage today at the corner of Bischoff and Marconi. Vitale's Bakery on a Hill, where you're not a customer, you're family.
Vitale's Bakery proudly supports the Backstoppers.
Rediscover the timeless classic of The Wizard of Oz as your St. Louis Symphony Orchestra performs the iconic score live with the 1939 film on the big screen. Join Dorothy and her friends as she follows the yellow brick road to Oz and faces the Wicked Witch of the West. Don't miss this truly Technicolor event, January 30th through February 1st at Powell Hall at the Jack C. Taylor Music Center. Tickets at slso.org.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment, you fill out a health questionnaire form, you get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home, and then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners, and then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
Looking for a new kitchen or bath? Call me, Anne-Marie Boges, the co-host of the Inside Out Show and owner and designer at Anne-Marie Design Studio. Visit our website at annemariestudio.com. We can help make your dream space into a reality. We're a fine kitchen and bath boutique located in Wildwood. We do it all, from design to bid to installation too. Call us today at 636-821-3395 or go online at annemaristudio.com. Let's make your dream kitchen or bath a reality with Anne-Marie Design Studio.
Kuna Food Service has been the trusted food supplier in the Midwest since 1918. For over 100 years, Kuna Food Service has been distributing the highest quality food products to some of your favorite restaurants while delivering superior customer service. When a restaurant puts their trust in Kuna Food Service, they get a team that truly cares about their success. That's why at Kuna, they like to say, they're big enough to handle it, yet small enough to care. Check them out online at kunafoodservice.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It's about 9 minutes before 4 o'clock. Time to check back in with Captain Paul. How's traffic?
Heidi, they just cleared a one-vehicle crash on 55 North at McNutt in Herculaneum. The exit ramp from 364 to 94 is closed. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270. Otherwise, traffic is moving well on most area interstates, with most lanes snow-free and open, except for some of the outer lanes. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Well, President Trump and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz had what is being called a very good call earlier today. Janelle Klein, ABC News correspondent in Minneapolis, joins us with the latest on that. What do you know about the phone call?
Yeah, Heidi, Walz called the call productive, so it seems to be very positive what he's saying. He's saying Trump agreed to look into reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota, reported to be at least 3,000 that have been on the ground in the state since ICE's operation began. He also said Trump promised to work with the state in a more coordinated fashion on immigration enforcement regarding violent criminals. And the third thing he talked about is that Trump will now talk with the Department of Homeland Security about making sure the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is able to investigate the fatal shooting Saturday of Alex Preddy and the fatal shooting several weeks ago of Renee Good. So quite a bit of news coming out of that phone call.
What about this talk about the Trump administration officials destroying any evidence? Why would they destroy evidence in a case like what's been going on in Minneapolis?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that has been something that the state officials have really pushed back on the federal government about from the beginning. They have insisted through the FBI that they would be the only ones to investigate both of those fatal shootings. And state officials have said, we want to conduct our own investigation, and have really pushed for the preservation of evidence and of the crime scene. Late Saturday night, a judge ruled that they would have to do that. It's unclear if that actually happened because that ruling came at least, 12 hours or so after that shooting of Alex Preddy. But in any case, it's been a point of contention from the beginning that the state wants to make sure that it has its own investigation and it isn't relying on the FBI.
And Janelle, I know that there's a separate hearing, I don't know if it's taken place yet or not, where a judge could temporarily halt the Trump administration's immigration enforcement operation. Where does that stand?
Yeah, there are two federal cases that we're watching today, both of them in federal court. One case, which was argued this morning, challenged the legality of the ICE surge, with the Minnesota Attorney General's office arguing that ICE agents are so intrusive and dangerous that they violate Minnesota's sovereignty under the 10th Amendment. So a federal judge heard those arguments this morning and is considering that now. The other case, which was argued this afternoon, involves local officials' claims that federal agents are getting in their way of investigating the death of Alex Preddy, that 37-year-old ICU nurse who agents fatally shot Saturday morning. They're asking to immediately stop the ICE surge and allow them to do their jobs with that investigation. So those are both cases that we're watching and haven't heard a ruling on either one yet.
Got it.
Janelle, this is off your story a little bit, but you may be able to put some context. It concerns me. No, that's not true. It doesn't concern me, but I always am curious when two politicians get together, the governor and the president, and we don't think that this conversation would have any bearing on the fraud investigations going on in Minnesota, do we? That we're, hey, let's all play nice together, or can we keep these things completely separate?
Yeah, that has really been the reason that federal agents have pointed to for the launch of this ICE surge in Minnesota. And they claim that there's been so much state fraud in Minnesota that they needed to come in and investigate it. A lot of the fraud cases that we heard about happened during COVID and have already been prosecuted and investigated, and those people have already been sentenced. Now, the latest round, of course, sort of came to light in part through a video that was circulating online, and that is alleging additional fraud through the state's daycare program. So the feds are saying that they needed to come and investigate this, and that's also part of the reason that they needed to have better immigration enforcement.
And then the reality of it, you're in Minneapolis. How often do you see ICE driving down the street? Where are they going? Minneapolis, St. Paul, St. Louis were pretty similarly sized cities. I think if we saw ICE going down the street, it would be the talk of the town. Do you see them? Are they really just driving up and down looking for people?
Yeah, they really are. I mean, there are 3,000 agents that have been dispatched here. So most of them are concentrated in Minneapolis, and they're really focused on neighborhoods known to be heavily populated by immigrants. But we're seeing them throughout the Twin Cities, throughout Minneapolis and St. Paul, but also in the suburbs. And of course, there have also been reports of ICE agents, even in outstate Minnesota, 2-3 hours outside of Minneapolis, St. Paul. So they have a wide reach, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're driving around. They're looking for people that they believe could be immigrants that don't have legal citizenship, and they're questioning them and in many cases detaining them. So, they're very present, and it's created a very tense situation in Minnesota.
And I guess the question is that the most responsible, effective way of doing this? And so I guess that's kind of why the courts are getting involved as well now.
Yeah, the courts are getting involved, and you may have seen over the weekend, especially since the death of Alex Preddy, that there has been additional pushback. Now, more than 60 corporations in Minnesota, including the state's 17 Fortune 500 companies and all the professional sports teams, released a joint statement calling for a de-escalation. And some Republican lawmakers are also speaking out, with Senators Lisa Murkowski and Bill Cassidy questioning ICE's tactics and calling for a full investigation. So I think there is some politics obviously coming to play, with a lot of pushback on what the tactics are and what they're hearing and what they're seeing, especially from some of those eyewitness videos.
Yeah, Janelle Klein, ABC News correspondent there in Minneapolis. We appreciate your take being there in the middle of all of it. Thank you so much for your report.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and Josh, you said, if they were here, it would be front and center. I will say, in our neighborhood Facebook post, somebody did say that they had seen ICE agents in our neighborhood patrolling. And the other thing that goes along with that is I was out and about Friday night when I got off work, and I wouldn't say a friend, kind of a guy that I've met a handful of times. He's a better friend with a neighbor. And he has been here since he's 9 years old, an American citizen, but grew up elsewhere and probably 40 years old now. And he is carrying all of his paperwork with him right now and said he's scared to death. Even though he is. I think it's just an interesting
Why would he be scared
take
if he's a citizen?
because of the way things are being pulled out of cars and not handled properly, even if you have the paperwork. Just I think what people are seeing, and even if you hand over the papers, maybe it's, not exactly in a timely manner. Like even if you have them, you're kind of roughed up a little bit in this scary situation. So and he's an attorney. I mean, he's not somebody who's, it's just kind of, I think, a very unnerving time for a lot of people, depending on, where you are.
And again, I really don't know what the law is. I don't know what the mission is right now. But this guy seems like a great, upstanding citizen. Went and got his law degree. Is currently working as a lawyer. Is this the type of person that we want to send home?
He's a citizen.
He's a citizen.
He is home.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think there's been so many people that have been detained who are citizens that I think it's just all kind of scary.
But that's not any different than being pulled over for driving while black.
No, that's very true.
That's just, unfortunately, that's the way law enforcement works sometimes.
That's true.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at wowdiamonds.com.
You're selling your home, and I want to buy it. This is Mike Robinson with Robank Properties, and I am ready to pay top dollar for your home. No contingencies, no inspections, no monkey business. I buy your home no matter the condition or location, and you walk away with cash. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867, 314-283-0867, or at robangproperties.com. That's ROBANG properties.com.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. Multiple sources tell ABC News that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and some agents are expected to leave Minneapolis tomorrow as more Republicans call for an investigation into the shooting death of Alex Preddy, an American citizen shot and killed by border agents Saturday.
More than 24 congressional Republicans have now called for investigations and/or hearings into the shooting. Texas Senator Ted Cruz said on his podcast, administration officials were too quick to label Alex Preddy a terrorist.
Escalating the rhetoric doesn't help, and it actually loses credibility.
The GOP chairman of the House and Senate Homeland Security Committees say they both now want the heads of ICE and Customs and Border Protection to appear before their panels in the next few weeks. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Multiple sources tell ABC News that those agents were wearing cameras and that footage is being reviewed. President Trump told Axios that Iran wants to make a deal because of what he called the big armada sent to the region. The USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier group has entered the area. The massive winter storm is gone, but more than 5,000 flights are still canceled today, and more than 650,000 customers don't have power across the country. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill said,
I think we've gone through the acute crisis. Now it's post-crisis cleanup and making sure we continue to keep everyone safe through this cold weather we are enduring.
Demand from the winter storm and supply disruptions brought wholesale natural gas prices to a 3-year high. Former Canadian Olympian Ryan Wedding pled not guilty today in federal court in California to murder and drug trafficking charges. The Canadian turned himself into the FBI in Mexico last week, accused of being a drug kingpin. The trial is set to begin March 24th. Gold prices reached a new high today, moving above $5,000 an ounce for the first time. You're listening to ABC News.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. The latest winter storm has passed, but the numbers keep coming in. The most snowfall was in St. Genevieve, about 45 miles south of St. Louis. They had 13.6 inches of snow, the highest officially reported. The coldest temperature, minus 13 at Spirit of St. Louis Airport in Chesterfield, and that was this morning. The coldest wind chill was minus 30 in Chesterfield, also this morning. St. Charles was at minus 25 degrees wind chill factor. 977 calls for service to the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, nearly 700,000 miles traveled by snowplows and road treatment vehicles in Missouri, 112 reported crashes in the St. Louis area through early morning, and 107 stranded motorists called in to the Missouri State Highway Patrol Troop C in the St. Louis area. And around 250 hours until the temperatures get above freezing, which will happen next Monday, February 2nd, Groundhog Day. The complete forecast in a few minutes. A man is in custody after a woman's body was found decomposing and nearly frozen behind a St. Louis home. The body was found behind a dilapidated residential building in the 3800 block of Cook Avenue in the Grand Center neighborhood. Police say the woman's body started to decompose prior to freezing. An autopsy confirms the woman died from a gunshot wound to her head. 54-year-old Efron T. Long is in custody. The victim's phone showed text saying she was afraid of Long. Long lived in the basement of the neighboring house. He is charged with first-degree murder, armed criminal action, and resisting arrest. Long remains jailed without bond. A man is hospitalized in serious condition after jumping from a window of a burning home in North St. Louis. Firefighters responded to a home burning in the 4000 block of Fair Avenue last night. Fire officials say a man was trapped on the second floor of the house and jumped from a rear window to escape the flames. He was rushed to an area hospital. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. Missouri Attorney General Catherine Hanaway is warning that identity theft is on the rise. The story from KTRS's Jill Enders.
Identity Theft Awareness Week kicks off today. This has Attorney General Catherine Hanaway warning Missouri consumers that identity theft is one of the fastest growing crimes in the U.S. Hanaway says identity theft can occur in several forms. This includes financial identity theft. This happens when someone uses another's identity to obtain credit, goods, or services. Medical identity theft occurs when someone else uses another's identity to obtain medical care or drugs. There's also child identity theft. This happens when a child's social security number is fraudulently used to apply for government benefits, open bank and credit card accounts, apply for a loan or utility service, or rent a place to live. Now, the Attorney General's office has set up a hotline to help you recognize and report identity theft. That number is 800-392-8222. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. Due to the snow and extreme temperatures, several St. Louis businesses are closed today, including the Gateway Arch, Missouri Botanical Garden, Old Courthouse, St. Louis Science Center, St. Louis Zoo, St. Louis Public Libraries, all locations, and St. Louis County Library, all locations. And this look at the markets brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement, Saturday mornings 9 to 11. Wall Street starts the week on an up note. Dow Jones up 314 points to close at 49,412. NASDAQ jumped 100 to close at 23,601. S&P 500 up 35 points to 6,950. And as you heard on ABC News for the first time, gold exceeded $5,000 an ounce. Time now to check sports and traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
Sobe Mizzou basketball hit 2 buzzer beaters against Oklahoma, including a walk-off three-pointer by Mark Mitchell to give the Tigers an 88-87 overtime win. Trent Pierce hit a 3 at the end of regulation to send the game into the extra period. And Mizzou football has added former Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee out of the transfer portal. Lee reunites with quarterback Austin Simmons as the two were teammates on the Rebels in 2024 and 2025. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. The exit ramp from 270 to Washington Elizabeth is closed due to an accident. There's a stalled vehicle on 364 West past Harvester Road and another on 44 West at Lindbergh. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270. Otherwise, traffic is moving well on most area interstates, with most lanes snow-free and open. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather, clear tonight, overnight low of 7 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, high of 29. Wednesday, partly cloudy, high of 30. Thursday, cloudy, extreme cold returns with a high of 19. Temperatures remain below freezing until next Monday. Right now, we have clear skies, 15 degrees. Sunset tonight at 5:16. The time right now is 4:09. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
You've had all these great ideas about what to do with your outside space. Now's the time to take the next step and call Outdoor Living, because Pat Leahy and the gang at Outdoor Living have built a showroom, which is a great resource for you. You can go in and see all the products they have, the composite decking, the metal framing. You see, at Outdoor Living, what they pride themselves on is building it right the first time and never having to worry about it again. So they build it. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Outdoor Living, their showroom on Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, is a great resource for you. You can go and see all the different ways and all the different things they can do. Then they'll come out, they'll do a site visit, and in just a few short weeks, you will have the dream deck, fence, gazebo, pergola, whatever it may be. Outdoor Living, right there in Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood. 314-966-3325 or OutdoorLivingInc.com. Check out the showroom and take that next step. You'll love it. Outdoor Living or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
Farmers and ranchers, when it's time to buy or sell ag equipment, think Purple Wave Auction. We're your go-to online marketplace for tractors, combines, sprayers, and more. With our no-reserve policy, every item sells to the highest bidder. Experience the Purple Wave difference. Nationwide reach with a local touch. Purple Wave Auction. Whether you're expanding your operation or streamlining your fleet, we've got you covered. Visit purplewave.com today. Fuel your farm with Purple Wave Auction.
The holidays are over, time to relax and get back to the daily routine. January is a great time to enjoy the casual, comfortable atmosphere at Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. Gingham's was voted the #1 breakfast by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but we offer so much more. Great daily specials throughout the week, some of the best pies you've ever tasted, and our soups can't be beat. Anything you want, anytime you want, 24 hours a day, and some of the best service anywhere. Visit us at ginghamsrestaurant.com. Stay warm.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Monday afternoon, January 26th. Oscar Mayer's Wienermobile race coming back to the Indy 500. I did not know this was a thing. Oscar Mayer announced yesterday all 6 of its famed street-ready vehicles will compete for the second straight year at Indianapolis Motor Speedway's historic 2.5-mile oval. The Weenie 500 is scheduled for May 22nd during the track's annual Carburation Day festivities. Now, last year's race was such a hit, organizers wanted to give fans a second round to savor the flavor of a lighthearted competition just 2 days before the big race, the Indy 500. Each Wienermobile will feature toppings representing an American regional favorite while carrying carry custom decals. So drivers will don hot dogger racing suits while the iconic Wiener song plays and the champ drives into Wiener's circle. So Slaw Dog represents the Southeast. Will try to prove if it's beefy enough to defend last year's crown. 4 other regional favorites are also expected to return. You got the Chai Dog representing the Midwest, which I don't know what that is.
Is that the Chicago
Is
style
that what it
with all
is?
the
So we're all
peppers and
I guess it is.
Yeah.
Instead of Chicago style, they just call it the Chai. Then you got the New York Dog for the East. You got the Chili Dog covering the South.
Nice.
Seattle Dog has the Northwest. What's on a Seattle Dog?
I don't know. Coffee?
Coffee grounds would be fun.
Yeah.
Salmon.
Isn't the Coney Island dog, the Coney dog, isn't that from Detroit, though? Have you guys heard that or seen that?
I had not heard that.
Yeah, the Coney, which is the chili, the cheese, and the onions.
What's the difference in a chili dog than a Coney dog?
I don't know. I guess the chili dog doesn't have the cheese and the onions.
Maybe. And then there's the Sonoran Dog. Might be replaced after failing to cut the mustard, as they said, in 2025. But fans can choose the final entrant from a menu of 7 possibilities by visiting Instagram. And the first Pick Your Dog Weenie 500 bracket updates will be provided on the Instagram account or on TikTok. But kind of fun.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Seattle dog.
Tell us more.
Let's see here. Toasted bun.
Okay.
That's different.
Cream cheese.
Oh.
Grilled onions.
Okay.
Finished with jalapenos.
I would try it.
I like this. The pictures look great. This is
I
kind of
would
how I
try
take
it.
mine.
I would try it.
We've got a couple flavors of cream cheese in the fridge right now. We've got a, onion and chive. Then we've got a sweeter one that's like a blueberry.
Onion
Cream
chive.
cheese?
You got me.
Yeah, cream cheese, Philadelphia.
I like the veggie cream cheese.
Cream cheese. That's a good one too.
I never had that.
Guys, I went to this place in New York last time I was there.
Yeah.
My wife found it on Instagram. Bagels. But they had like 30 to 40 different schmears.
Oh, yeah.
And cream cheeses. But it looked like the Baskin Robbins.
Oh, all up and down behind the
All
glass.
up and
And you
down
just pick.
color of, you could try some. I'll take that one,
Which one did you have?
Very cool. It was a jalapeno one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
Very
pretty
good.
good. Now I'm hungry.
What other hot dogs were on that list that we need to look up?
Let's see.
The Sonoran.
Yes.
That
What's the
looks like
Sonoran?
a southern.
Probably has jalapenos on it.
Yeah, Sonoran hot dog. Let's see here.
We're looking now.
The
Grilled
New York dog too.
bacon wrapped Frankfurter.
Oh.
Topped with pinto beans, onions, tomatoes, mayonnaise, mustard, and jalapeno sauce.
That sounds like the hot dog they have, the bacon wrapped dog at Busch Stadium.
Yeah.
Oh.
With all that stuff on
You
it.
guys ever had baked beans on a hot dog? It's really good.
That sounds dangerous.
It's really good.
This is one that a lot of people may have even streamed and saw live, but it just, one of those stories I just shake my head. Famed rock climber Alex Honnold, I don't know.
I'm shaking my head now.
I don't know how to pronounce his name. H-N-N-O-L-D. Added to his list of accomplishments over the weekend, free soloing. It means scaling without ropes. Taiwan's Taipei 101 skyscraper. That was yesterday. The feat, live streamed on Netflix, set the record for the tallest free solo of a skyscraper. 40-year-old father of 2.
He's a dad?
For now.
Oh my gosh.
The 40-year-old father of 2 made the 1,667-foot ascent in 90 minutes. I couldn't do that on stairs. Snapped a selfie once he reached the top. Now, long known in the climbing community, he burst into public consciousness upon the 2018 release of Free Solo, an Oscar-winning documentary, following his successful attempt to become the only person ever to climb Yosemite's El Capitan without ropes. He's also done Yosemite's Half Dome, Zion's Moonlight Buttress, among others.
I don't even realize how it's possible. Like, what is he holding on to?
I have no, I don't get it either. He attributes his success to meticulous preparation, attention to detail, minimizing risk. I don't see that.
Have you even, when it's the Ninja Warriors and they have all of those crazy things, just that little ledge where they have to walk holding their fingers. I don't understand how you
insane.
do that.
That grip strength is ridiculous. Anyway, they did a brain scan on him to figure out how he does this
Why
stuff.
is he so crazy?
Yes. The fear stimuli is controlled by the amygdala, AMYGDALA. and his is significantly less intense than the average brain. No fear. No fear.
I appreciate that part of the story because it explains why people are willing to make risky things.
You know
like
what I
this.
think? I think of Ghost, where Whoopi Goldberg goes, "You in danger, girl." If you don't have that, it's gonna catch up with you.
Adrenaline junkies.
Oh my gosh.
That's hilarious.
I went into the bar on Saturday night. We were out and about, and I brought some food up to the bartenders in Newtown.
That was
and
sweet.
I didn't cook it. I was just the runner.
It's all right.
Somebody was watching it on their phone and doing play. Oh, he's up to the 90th floor.
I mean, it was streaming on Netflix.
Yeah.
But I couldn't watch that for fear of him falling.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Okay. Abroad, same hemisphere, the Tour Down Under.
The Tour Down Under.
Mm-hmm.
It is a bike race, just like the Tour de France, but it's held in Australia. It culminated yesterday. Jay Vine won the Tour Down Under. However, earlier in the race that day, this is the last stage, the final stage, 2 kangaroos jumped out in the middle of the peloton. That is the big stack.
Causing a wreck?
Causing a wreck. The guy that won was part of the crash. They were estimated to be going about 31 miles per hour at the time.
Man.
I've done the conversion, 50 kilometers per hour, 31 miles per hour. And the winner, Jay Vine, said, people always ask me what the most dangerous thing in Australia is, and I always say kangaroos.
Kangaroos.
I mean, I guess it's like a deer jumping out in front of a car here.
So they hide in the bushes, and then suddenly they're out in front of you. They said the other thing that was disrupting the stage yesterday, extreme fire danger. It is summertime down there, and it was 109 degrees.
Oh.
So watch.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
Try to stay cool and watch out for the kangaroos. There's video online if you want to check it out.
Man, that sounds awful. And, I saw a couple of crashes this year when the Gateway Cup was going on, and that is...
Oh, yeah, you talked about that. That's
when
scary.
they go sliding, that's some serious stuff.
I hope the kangaroos are okay.
Same.
They'll put the boxing gloves on in a heartbeat and take you out, Bill.
If your kid gets injured in a bike accident, the first place you want to go, if it's serious, is Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, because they are, they're staffed to handle all of the emergencies. They're staffed to handle heart conditions. They're staffed to handle all of the, kind of complicated things. I mean, that's why my godchild was there before she was even born. They knew that she was going to have kind of a gastro issue. And so it was planned that they were going to do this surgery immediately. And then she was there recovering for 9 weeks. But from the very beginning to when she was released, I mean, you could not have been at a better place. Just the nurses and the doctors and the therapists, not only were they taking care of Sophie, they were taking care of her mom as well. And now she is a thriving 5-year-old, a feisty 5-year who just got back from Disney World and had a blast, by the way.
All right. Was this one of those Make-A-Wish kind of things?
No.
She's good?
She is
She's
good to go, thanks to all of the care she got at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. And, each year, I think a lot of people make donations to different places, and maybe it's a hospital that's, say, in Memphis that does a lot of advertising. Well, Cardinal Glennon also accepts donations, and they do a very similar thing. They don't ever turn a child away. So if you really want to make a difference, and you can make it on certain programs, you can make it on the state-of-the-art equipment, or you can just help them make sure that no kid is ever turned away, all you have to do is go to glennon.org. It's called the Cardinal Glennon Children's Foundation, and you can learn more about it at glennon.org. Coming up, we're going to go over some of the headlines with Ryan Krull at St. Louis Magazine.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. When winter hits St. Louis, your furnace doesn't get a day off. And if yours is older, it may be running nonstop and still not keeping you comfortable. Winter has a way of exposing weak links. You're probably paying more and getting less. Or if your home never quite feels warm enough in the winter, your furnace may be telling you something else, especially if it's been around for a while. That's why I want you to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their technicians go through 5 years of training beyond industry standards. It's Premier standards. Heating your home shouldn't feel like a struggle. Older furnaces work harder and use more energy. If you want lower energy bills and better heat, it's just all around smarter to consider a new furnace. And yes, Premier offers financing, which makes upgrading a whole lot easier. So whether you need a tune-up or you're ready for something new, make your winter a lot more comfortable for your home or your business. Call 636-916-1122. PremierHeatingCooling.net. Comfort you can count on.
You know, over the years, Lordo's has become part of the family for many, many St. Louis families. For 80 years, they've been helping St. Louis families with all of the jewelry needs, whether it's the diamond ring, a diamond ring, maybe something for St. Patrick's Day, something for an anniversary, Valentine's Day. Throughout the years and throughout the calendar, it's Lordo's as your go-to. Whether it's men or women, you want to repurpose something or buy something new? Lordo's Diamonds in the heart of Ladue on Clayton Road. You see, it's a family business. The family's been running it for years, and they learned it from their father, who learned it from their father. And so that family jeweler, it's where generations of St. Louisans go. Grandparents have gone there. Your grandkids will go there. Right there in Ladue on Clayton Road across the street from a Norman Rockwell-esque firehouse is Lordo's Diamonds. Go in, make a friend, and make them your family jeweler, because you can thank me later. 314-432-8008 or online, lordosdiamonds.com.
Worldwide Technology Raceway is the only track in America to host a NASCAR event, an IndyCar event, and an NHRA event.
The Raceway features a full schedule on their drag strip, oval track, and Gateway Kartplex. For full schedule and ticket info, go online to www.raceway.com.
The track, under the leadership of owner Curtis Francois, continues to upgrade the race experience for fans who come from around the country. For tickets, go to www.raceway.com.
That's www.raceway.com.
Watch your favorite team, eat your favorite food. It's the Village Bar. You've heard about the world-famous cheeseburger. Stop by and check it out. Even better, bring your friends on your way to the game, after the game, or just watching the game. Food, sports, and a cold beer. We'll see you at the Village Bar.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550. KTRS. It's Monday.
And that means news, politics, lighthearted topics, and everything St. Louis and beyond.
It's Ryan Krull from St. Louis Magazine on the Big 550 KTRS. The talk of St. Louis.
Welcome back, Ryan. Have you been able to work from home, or have you had to go into the office?
I've been working from home. Yes, it's been, as has my wife, and our kids' daycare was canceled. So, you know, it's just been one of those days.
Yeah.
But, hey,
So probably haven't gotten too much work done.
Exactly. With work with an asterisk next to it.
Yeah. Well, let's start with some good news about crime in St. Louis. It is down.
Yeah, this is great. So this is something that, you know, the mayor, the county executive have been saying since the start of the year, but just last week, at the end of last week, this, you know, very unbiased source, this nonprofit in Washington, D.C., which compares crime trends in cities all across the country, they confirmed what our leaders have been telling us these past few weeks, and that, yeah, crime was indeed down last year in 2025. And really, in the city of St. Louis, 2025 compared to pre-pandemic levels, crime is down like a shocking amount. Homicides were down 40%. Other things like burglaries, robberies down as well. So, yeah, really great progress. And it's always good to know that the stats that the mayor is touting are indeed
true,
confirmed by an outside source.
Yes.
Is it just numbers, or were there any attribution? Do we know why?
Yeah, so this report, they make some sort of guesses as to why, and one of them was really surprising to me. I mean, it makes sense, but I wouldn't have thought about it. And they said that basically substance abuse across the whole country, including, you know, here, seems to be down, and that's having an effect on just making crime, you know, less crime. And then also there's fewer crimes of what they call acquisitive crime, basically robbing someone. And that can oftentimes escalate into something like a homicide. Fewer of those, and that's just simply because people aren't carrying cash anymore.
Oh, that's interesting as well. You also have a really interesting story about why some buildings sit empty without the owners even paying taxes on it. How did they even get away with that?
Yeah, so this was an interesting one. Basically, this is a situation where a nonprofit, like a church or a charity or something like that, they buy a building and they very likely have the just best of intentions for it. But because they're a nonprofit and they're going to use the building for nonprofit purposes, they don't have to pay any property tax on it. And then if things don't necessarily go according to plan, the nonprofit can basically stop using the building, let it fall into vacancy and disarray. But that building, there's no system that automatically puts it back on the tax roll. So you have some of these buildings that haven't been used for a very, very long time, and they're just sitting empty, not generating any income for the city. And then that's problematic for many reasons. But the major one is if you own a building and you're not paying anything on it every year, you don't really have a motivation to sell it, or you don't have a motivation to develop. It just kind of sits there and it weighs down all the property around it.
That makes sense. And I know one of the buildings you talked about in your story was the Orpheum Theater. Is it under renovations? What is going on with it?
I am so curious to get in there and to find out. And I think Josh and I talked last week. He's going to come along when I finally do get that tour.
I've seen a couple shows there, and it is a really cool space.
I keep hearing, everyone says that, they saw these awesome bands back in the 90s and 2000s in particular. So the current owners, Jubilee World, they say that they're doing some preliminary stuff. They've had contractors in there, and they're intent on having some kind of, presence in the space by the end of this year. But at the same time, you can look at the city records and see that there haven't actually been any permits for construction projects pulled on that property. So, whatever they're doing is either very, very preliminary or non-existent. And that's one of the reasons I'm so eager to get in there and kind of see for myself kind of what's going on in there. Yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery here in downtown St. Louis.
So, Ryan, some of those building owners that are skirting those tax issues and not doing anything, is there a process by which the city can use eminent domain and take some of these over? Not that we want the government in the real estate business, but is there an action like that is available to them?
Yeah, so there fortunately is kind of a intermediary step before eminent domain where they can basically just put the property back on the tax rolls. And this isn't that complicated of a process. They just have to alert the owner. They have a chance to appeal. But the real issue is that it kind of has to just happen by chance that the city becomes aware of one of these properties, like an alder person or a neighbor, or a journalist might reach out.
Yeah, they should read you, and they'd be fine.
Exactly. Well, I tell everyone that. But basically, there's like no sort of 5-year, 2-year review process where these things automatically get reviewed. It just kind of has to happen by happenstance.
Wow. And then you also have a story about a Missouri company that helped defraud Norwegian Cruise Line for more than $2 million. What is this story?
Yeah, this was a wild one. This is one that's playing out in federal court in St. Louis right now. Essentially, there was a St. Louis-based gifting company, so a company that makes gifts for corporations to then give to other folks, like a polo that has the company's name on it, or a mug or something like that. And they were creating these things for Norwegian Cruise Lines, and they were kind of in cahoots with someone who was very high up in the cruise line. And essentially, what they would do is they would sell thousands of backpacks to the cruise lines and to the cruise line, and they would say that they cost $18 a backpack, when in fact they only cost $9. And then this senior executive in the cruise line, he was signing off on all these purchases. Then the St. Louis-based company and him were splitting the profits 50-50. And they made out more than $1 million on this, just sort of one kind of swindle, one false invoice at a time.
Wow, that is interesting. What happens if they're found guilty?
That's a good question. So I don't know it's definitely jail time, prison time for sure. I don't know the minimum or maximum penalties here. The one sort of twist here is that cruise line executive I mentioned, he's kind of the most culpable. His name is at the top of that indictment, and he's also not in the country. So the two folks here in St. Louis have been arrested. But I can't quite get anyone to give me a straight answer on this, but he has not been arrested. He's believed to not be in the United States, and that's going to probably slow the whole case down until he's brought stateside.
Wow. Well, three very different, very interesting stories you've covered, Ryan. Thank you so much. And of course, you can follow Ryan's reports online at stlmag.com, and I highly recommend it. Ryan, stay warm.
Hey, you guys do the same, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right. It is 4:32. Time to check back in with Captain Paul. How are the roads?
Heidi, the exit ramp from 270 to Washington Elizabeth is partially blocked. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270, and otherwise traffic is moving well on most area interstates, with most lanes snow-free and open. This traffic report is brought to you by Dents Express. Drive time can be hectic with traffic, weather, and fender benders. Dents Express can help with hassle-free dent removal, minor collision repair, and hail damage repair. Free evaluations, and they take care of the insurance paperwork. They've got 2 locations on Manchester and Baldwin and in St. Charles. Dents Express, STL.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
And now, KTRS weather.
Well, the skies are sunny, but boy, these temperatures are cold. We're only going to make it into the mid-teens today, and temperatures actually late tonight will start to go back up tonight. So we'll drop into the single digits and then rise back up into the teens tomorrow morning. Morning low about 18, the high tomorrow close to 30, but we're still not making it to freezing. The good news is no snow in the forecast for at least the next 4 or 5 days. In the First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kent Earhart for the Big 550 KTRS.
Some of my fondest memories as a kid is heading down to the hardware store. You had to pick up a couple of nails, a couple of screws, maybe a gallon of paint, whatever it may be, right? It was your friendly neighborhood hardware store. Well, those don't exist anymore in St. Louis, except for Schnarr's Hardware. They have 2 locations in Webster Groves and in Clayton Road in Ladue. Schnarr's Hardware is that place where you go in and you can get that bucket of paint, you can get a couple screws. The advice is always free. And the one thing about Schnarr's Hardware that every single family hardware store used to have, and that is the smell. It smells like a hardware store. It's got the selection. I don't know how they do it. It's a small store, but they got everything you ever need. They got the paint. They got paint matching. They've got big green eggs. They've got screws and nails and everything a hardware store should have. Schnarr's Hardware, 2 locations, 1 great hardware store. Schnarr's Hardware, we'll see you there.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to HW Kia of West County today. Because if you're a first-time buyer or you were turned down last year for your loan, HW Kia wants to finance your future, not your past. Have a job clearing $450 per week? You're practically approved. Come see Big D the trade man with any trade and get up to a $5,000 discount off any select new Kia in stock. Take home a new 25 Kia K4LX for just $19,995 with any trade, or 0 down and 0 interest on every clearly marked new Kia, even Telluride and Sorrento all-wheel drive SUVs. You'll save a buttload of money, so get your butts to HWKia.com.
All approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $587 title and registration processing fee. 22 or newer trade. Negative equity refinanced and new loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Not all will qualify through KMF. $20.83 per thousand borrowed. Offers not in combination. Expires 2/4/26.
Way back in time, if you had a leak in the roof of your hut, I imagine you had to find a tree close by, scale it, and then jump and hope you could get up there and see what was wrong. Then came the advent of the ladder. There was an easier way to get up there and see if something was wrong. And with modern technology, we finally get around to the drone. Now, the folks at Allen Roofing use those instead of trees and ladders. Send a drone up, find out if there's anything wrong with your roof, get some pictures, go over it with you, and see if there's a problem, how bad it is, what they could do, what it'll cost. Or if everything's just fine, they will tell you that too. Boy, it's so nice we don't have to climb trees to look at our hut. Allen Roofing, embracing technology and doing quality roof repair, siding, gutters, everything for the outside of your home. Just ask Gronk. He was one of the first customers. It's Allen Roofing. Find him online at aroofing.com. MillerFurniture.net.
I'm Mark Miller, owner of Miller Furniture and Mattress, your home for quality American-made furniture since 1927. We offer the largest selection of Amish-made furniture in the St. Louis area, plus quality living room furniture from Flex Steel and Smith Brothers. We carry top-quality mattresses from world-famous brands like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and Chatham & Wells. Shop our Belleville, Fairview Heights, Lake St. Louis, and Ellisville showrooms. At Miller Furniture, we put the family in furniture.
A big KTRS shout out to Lacey Lumber, family owned and family operated since 1872. Lacey Lumber has built the St. Louis metropolitan area. They've worked with builders and contractors and homeowners. They provide building materials from soup to nuts. 2 hardware stores in Belleville ready to serve you. Millwork, insulating material, wallboard, roofing materials, you name it, Lacey Lumber can help because Lacey Lumber is just that much better. LaceyLumber.com.
When you want to send flowers to a loved one for a birthday, anniversary, or that special occasion, call your friends at Walter Knoll Florist. Walter Knoll is family-owned and operated and offers custom designs by expert designers. A huge inventory and selection that only the largest florist can offer, with quality and care that no grocery store florist can meet. They have several locations in the St. Louis metro area to serve you. Order online today at WKF.com. That's WKF.com. Walter Knoll Florist, your personal florist since 1883.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
You guys, I'm not proud of this, but yesterday I sat with my cup of coffee and let my older wife go out and do a little shoveling. She wanted to do it. I thought it could just go without being done. I mean, I don't think we're going to get any deliveries in the next couple of days. Didn't really plan on going anywhere, but it was awfully nice and she did a great job so I could get to my car this morning. However, I did just see, because you often hear about heart attacks.
A bunch of people died around the country.
Yeah, and I know one of my PE teachers in 8th grade, her husband died.
Oh my gosh.
Shoveling. So frigid temperatures can affect your body in so many ways, but they can be especially hard on your heart. And I don't think we talk about this enough. Experts say anyone with underlying medical conditions, they're talking heart disease, high blood pressure. I mean, you should avoid any kind of exertion in cold weather. We're talking shoveling snow, de-icing your car. Winter weather can be hard work, especially for your heart. Now, Dr. Singh, who's a cardiologist with the Cleveland Clinic, said our bodies are working to maintain a core temperature in the cold, already putting a strain on your heart.
Right.
So you're already starting at a disadvantage. And if you're going to be out in very chilly weather, it can affect you in a different climate that you're just not accustomed to. So that's another stressor to the body. And so then add on doing something that is rather challenging, it really can constrict your blood vessels. Blood pressure and heart rate tends to rise. And for those who already have an underlying heart condition or heart problems, these changes could be very dangerous. And that's why she says we see a number of heart attacks or cardiac events. And she says do not underestimate the weather when you go outside. She said obviously dress in layers, wear sweat wicking clothing, which I think we often forget because we just want to be warm and all of a sudden then you get sweaty. She said be sure to put in brakes if you're shoveling, if you're de-icing your car. Ask for help. This is not the time to be, Mr. Hero and do it all yourself. And if there's a better time of day, if the sun is out and it's a little bit warmer, definitely do that. She also said be aware of symptoms. If you have a tightness in your chest, if there's any kind of discomfort, if you have discomfort in your jaw, stop, go inside and call 911. She said at this point, she always encourages her patients to be safe rather than sorry in these situations. If you do not have to be outside, she says, avoid the extreme cold.
So these are more excuses for me, and I'm glad you read that story because they'll be filed away.
Yeah. Well, Jen, on the show today,
Heidi said so, we like everybody else, we probably got 9 or 10 inches. My daughter's car, her little Nissan, was in the driveway. So we went out and shoveled just enough
to get her out,
and then into the garage.
Yeah.
And it worked just enough, but I was very conscious of those things.
Yeah, well, I just got a text. I'm on so many text threads. We've got one that's a weather thread. Somebody's constantly watching the weather. We've got one that's neighbors, and apparently all power is out in Lafayette Square, at least we're on 3 different streets, all of it out. And Marcia said the house is already getting cold, but thankfully we have gas fireplaces that are keeping it warm.
This was the question that we had last week. If I've got a gas fireplace, is the starter, which is electric, is it going to be able to click on and off? Is my thermostat, which is hardwired, going to be able to click on and off? Someone said the blower is electric, even if you have gas heat. So that's the question. And Bob, you weren't here for that, but we had a whole discussion of if the power goes out.
I think the key is in the last couple of days, we have immediately, when we've gotten up and we're having our coffee, turned on the fireplaces. And so I think they were already running as far as that goes.
And the power went out?
And then the power went out. So the fireplaces are still running.
When my dad put a fireplace in our basement, it didn't have an electric starter thing, and so we used those long fireplace matches.
Yeah.
Turn the gas on just enough, and then that's exactly right. And so that's what you could probably still do.
Yeah,
but
because the pilot light is still going to be on.
We'll check your eyebrows and make sure you didn't get too close.
It is a little scary.
Here's my question. If Heidi's fireplace, if my fireplace is controlled by the little switcher, if it's on and the power goes out, can you turn it off? You might not want to, but I'm not going to bed leaving the fireplace on, that's for sure.
Well, if we're don't have electricity and we don't have a heater, we'll be sleeping in front of that fireplace.
Yeah.
Or having a sleepover somewhere.
That was a mistake we made when we built our house. Our previous house had a fireplace, and it seemed like it was always just kind of a mess. And and we'll have little kids. Let's don't do it. That was a mistake. We should have put one in.
Yeah, it's fun. And, growing up, we had a real wood burning. And I can remember, all of a sudden one of the logs rolling out and Dad having to kind of
scoop it all
get it back in there. But there were more than one night where we all did sleep in front of that fire burning when the electricity was out and keeping you warm.
Yeah, it would put itself out or it would go to embers. We used to do that at our old house, had a real fireplace. But even in the summertime, you would still just kind of get that ashy smell. So I kind of like how we redid our entire wall. We went from a complete blank wall to bookcases and everything. Spent a pretty penny on it.
So you can't burn real wood in that?
No, we got gas.
Oh.
And it's ventless. We went out to St. Louis.
Well, you can do gas and have wood.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's
but this one doesn't.
This is all for show. But boy, does it put out some heat.
Yeah.
Ooh, sometimes we have to open a window.
Even the electric ones put out some heat. My mom and dad have an electric fireplace that, looks pretty real, and that thing blows quite a bit of heat.
So we don't park in the garage.
Which I will never understand, but whatever.
I'm with Heidi, but we're not going to pick on you too much.
A lot of stuff out there. We just never thought about it. Just never came to us, and even my wife was like...
you don't care about what your car looks like or birds doing their thing or...
No, we just got too much junk. So, there's no pulling the car in. But that's a double-edged sword. I don't have to shovel a driveway. However, when the city comes by and plows the street, sometimes I get,
trapped,
hedged in.
Yes.
And then now I'm digging my car out just to try to get to work. It's been pretty good. And a huge thank you, shout out. I'll admit this. I do not shovel the walk. I will barely even make a path down the front stairs to get out of the house. Somebody took a blower and went all up and down the whole block.
That's
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
That's
You
really
need
good.
to find them and give them a little treat of some sort. I just got another text. It looks like Ameren is reporting 2,000 people out of power in Lafayette Square. If you guys are somewhere where power is out, let us know. It's these times, and I know when I say this, it's kind of crazy because right now with these frigid temperatures, you might not think of Iceland as being the place that you really want to go. But Iceland has so much more than what we are seeing. And
What time of year are you going,
We're going in October.
Nope.
Okay.
Madam President, are you talking about Iceland or Greenland?
No, Iceland. Thank you.
Hey, it's easy to make that mistake.
Yeah. But it is going to be fantastic. We're heading that direction October 24th. With Colette. And you guys, it's not just going to be the land of ice, it's the land of fire and ice. So we're going to see the Northern Lights, which is going to be incredible. And that's been on my bucket list for a while. I mean, this is really just nature's most dazzling work of art. We're going to see the steaming lava fields. We've got glacier sculpted mountains, waterfalls. I cannot wait to see. I was just talking to somebody when I stopped by Altair Travel the other day, and she said, I heard you're going to Iceland. She goes, I've never seen anything like it in my life. She goes, I can't even describe it. It was so different. She goes, it was almost like being on the moon. We're going to go on that black volcanic sand beach. We're going to relax in the warm, mineral-rich water of the Blue Lagoon. And this is just barely touching the surface. Colette handles all the details from the flights to your meals to the hotels to all of those local experiences, so you really get to feel like you're there amongst the people and learning more about it. Your only job is to really have the time of your life and hang out with me. I promise to be on my best behavior. So join me and call our friends over at Altair Travel. They're helping out with it. 314-968-9600. You can also go to ktrs.com to learn more. But again, that number over at Altair, 314-968-9600.
All right, Heidi, I've got the Ameren outage map pulled up. The only people that seem to be out of power is your neighborhood.
Okay.
In the entire region, even across the river. It says 4:24 is when the outage started. Estimated safe restoration time 7:30 tonight.
I just got that text as well.
So good
You'll be
luck
all right.
to Marcia and the 2,200 other people in South City who
We'll
are
go out to
of power.
dinner. Nice long dinner and get back about 8 o'clock.
Perfect.
Scott, remember when the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Pile were flying around the arch selling flooring?
Andrea, that was the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Tile.
Oh, that's right. But we don't need shtick here at Best Buy Flooring.
That's right, because our in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile are already at low, low prices.
Come see us at our 3 area locations, North County, South County, and Metro East. Open 7 days a week.
Plus, free financing on approved credit. Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy Flooring.
Elevate your home with stunning lighting from Metro Lighting.
Shopping for a gorgeous chandelier for your dining room?
Need a new table lamp?
Or lighting your entire dream home?
Our certified lighting specialists are here to help.
Locally owned with 6 convenient locations.
An amazing selection of lighting for any style and budget.
And all at the guaranteed best price.
And did you know?
Metro Lighting is a great source for furniture, art, and home decor too.
Metro Lighting.
Full of bright ideas for your home.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. With credit card balances at an all-time high and Golden Oak's 4.5% rate, you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call. Call today and get your cash in as little as 14 days and make no payments for 2 months. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Attention KTRS listeners, Appliance Discounters has a deal for you. Shop now and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. 5% instant savings off their already low prices. And you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing. Appliance Discounters with 6 area locations or online at theappliancediscounters.com.
The Missouri Valley Conference men's basketball tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union 1, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
The official birthplace of the toasted ravioli is
Mama's on the Hill.
And Mama's on the Hill serves the best in town. Mama's has been a mainstay on the Hill for decades and is still a family-run restaurant serving up great Italian food in a fun atmosphere. Open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner, and right in the heart of the Hill at Edwards and Bischoff. Delicious catering and party rooms too.
Mama's on the Hill.
Make reservations at 314-776-3100 and 24/7 at mamasonthehill.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It's about 8 minutes before 5 o'clock. Let's check back in with Captain Paul. How are the roads looking?
Heidi, not too bad. The exit ramp from 270 to Washington Elizabeth is partially blocked, though. There's a stalled vehicle on 270 north past 55. It's blocking the two right lanes. Another stalled vehicle on 370 east past 141. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270. And otherwise, traffic is moving well on area interstates. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
The Super Bowl is set. KTRS Sports Director Brendan Weesey is here to talk sports. And it's hard to think about what could have been for Denver and Jarrett Stidham had the snow held off for just one more quarter.
If the snow had held off, I guess if we want to go like even bigger picture, had Bo Nix not gotten hurt the week before, and suddenly you're forced to start a guy that had not started a game.
He came out looking good, though, with that first pass.
The early touchdown pass. And Denver goes up, and you're thinking, okay, they'll be able to handle this, and they don't score another point the rest of the way. I think they
missed 2 field goals. How many field goals did they miss?
Well, they didn't go for the one.
Right.
That was the big one, right? And I think that's one that's going to haunt Sean Payton a little bit as to whether or not.
For sure.
But there are those who say, always go for it.
The analytics will tell you.
The analytics say always go for it.
And fourth and 3, you didn't make it. You could have easily gotten the 3 points right there. Am I the only one that thinks that after a season like this, a trip to the Super Bowl is on the line, and you get a blizzard that comes through, and now the last team with the ball wins, is a really bad way to go out, a really stinky way to finish your season? Miss out. I mean, the last half of that game, nobody could do anything. The running backs were even tiptoeing around.
I mean, it's equal.
It is, and it almost feels like those are two teams that don't really belong. I mean, even the Patriots, I saw a montage of all the teams that they've beaten to get here, and this is not the golden era of quarterbacks in the National Football League. There are very few elite guys at the moment. And I'd say when you've got a Super Bowl that features young Drake May and the very well-traveled Sam Darnold, it is
an interesting story, though.
It is an interesting story. Better the Seahawks than the Rams. Sorry, Josh, if you're still a Rams fan.
I am.
Okay.
It's okay.
We'll talk about that game in a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but this could be a pretty good matchup considering those two things. Yes?
I think so. I think it could be a good game. And obviously the Patriots, it's for them to have gotten back.
It's crazy.
And having really come full circle and to see what they're able to do and able to, pick up the pieces since Bill Belichick was there and really build that thing back up very quickly.
Well, both teams premier defense.
Yes.
And so that's when you don't have all the talent, as you point out, even though Drake May statistically is either 1 or 2 in everything as a quarterback. We all admit that the level of talent in the league is down at that position.
It feels like, in a way, and maybe it's just me, that I shortchanged Drake May a little bit, and it's in the same vein that we shortchanged Tom Brady way back when he took over for the Patriots. back
he's no Drew Bledsoe.
In 2001. Oh, exactly. That was the talk. And it was all about the Patriot defense. It was all about Bill Belichick.
Interesting take.
It took Brady multiple years for him to get out of that New England defense shadow and prove that he wasn't just a system QB. He wasn't just along for the ride. And needless to say, he's going to go down as maybe the most decorated quarterback in the history of the league. But it did not start out that way. And for Drake May, it's a pretty quick rise to the top from being a high draft pick out of North Carolina to now being a possible Super Bowl champion here in a couple of weeks.
It's a good study, too, of what happens when you put a lot of things together. Because, I mean, look at Tennessee was no good under, and look at where he is today. So
he was fired down there in Tennessee, and to see that turnaround, but we already knew that he was obviously a very good coach.
Right. Mizzou comes through at the buzzer not once but twice.
Amazing. Double buzzer beaters.
It's crazy.
True buzzer beaters at the horn with no time left.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you go back and check, okay, put more time. These were buzzer beaters with triple zeros left. Trent Pierce tied it. Mark Mitchell won it. Pierce is a very good three-point shooter. Mark Mitchell, historically is not, but he's picked up the pace over the last few weeks in conference play. I think he's shooting 46% from beyond the arc.
That's amazing.
In SEC play. And it's simply because he's really picking his spots, and he's picking the right ones, and he's hitting them in obviously very clutch moments. It doesn't get any bigger or more clutch than the waning seconds of the ball game where a two could have, they could have, I guess, attempted a 2-point shot, but he elects to pull up just outside the arc and buried it.
That is crazy. And then the Billikens have won 13 in a row, are trying to make a case for an at-large berth, and it looks pretty darn good.
I think so, and Rammer can validate it. I think they have right now, if the tournament selection committee had to make a bracket today, SLU is in. Now, they'd get in as that, maybe they get in as the automatic qualifier. If they win the Atlantic 10 tournament, they wouldn't have to worry about it. But if they were to somehow lose or maybe drop one in the semifinals of the A10 tournament, they have absolutely done enough. They would get in, and I don't think there would be much doubt about it, that they'd be in the field.
Yeah, but there's 7 weeks to play.
That's what I mean. That's today.
Like on edge. He's waiting for the shoe to drop.
I am not going to jinx anything.
Okay, he's not even talking about it. But can we talk about Illinois? One of the best wins of the season behind. Wagler's 46 points at Purdue. That kid is amazing.
46 freshman record there for the Illini.
Whoa.
Illinois, that's the biggest win. It's arguably the biggest win in college basketball this year, to go on the road to win. I
can't believe they pulled it off.
West Lafayette, Indiana, win at Purdue. I think Illinois is absolutely in the discussion for a 1 seed, and it's a really good team.
Yeah.
Everybody on that team can seemingly shoot. Wagler's a freshman. This guy's a 3-star recruit out of Kansas that I guess wasn't good enough for the Jayhawks to recruit. And he winds up at Illinois and looks like one of the best players in the country right now.
They're fun to watch.
Very fun.
They've had some really good teams over the last 30 years.
Yes, they have.
But this one kind of reminds me of the Flying Illini back in the late 80s, early 90s.
And they got bigs, but bigs that can shoot.
They
All of their bigs can shoot it from the outside.
And only 20 seconds, but Scotty Scheffler seems to be
starting. He's got 20 wins in his career. 20 already.
That's crazy. He's kind of entering into the Tiger and Jack land.
We are there, I think, for that comparison to be valid.
All right, Brendan, thanks for catching us up in the sports world.
Thanks,
we'll be
Heidi.
listening tonight.
You got it.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says that some federal agents will begin leaving his city. That's hours after President Trump says he had a good call with Frey. He also spoke with Governor Tim Walz. This is all 2 days after border agents in Minneapolis shot and killed Alex Preddy, an American citizen. The White House is now sending border czar Tom Homan to take over immigration operations in Minnesota. And today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked what that means for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire Department of Homeland Security and all of the immigration enforcement that's taking place across the whole entire country.
Meanwhile, multiple sources tell ABC News that the agents involved in the shooting were wearing cameras and that the video of the incident is being reviewed. Former Homeland Security official John Cohen, an ABC News contributor, says video of the shooting raises many questions.
It appears that two agents then fire multiple rounds at Mr. Preddy while he's lying on the ground, not moving. And there is no way that that is an accepted law enforcement practice.
More than 24 congressional Republicans are calling for an investigation into the shooting. More than 200 million people in the United States dealing with extreme cold that followed the winter storm that continues to snarl travel. More than 5,000 flights have been canceled today. Former Canadian Olympian Ryan Weddings pled not guilty to federal charges of murder and drug trafficking. A trial date set for March. Bail was denied. His attorney, Anthony Colombo, told reporters that contrary to reports, Wedding did not turn himself in to Mexican authorities.
Any spin that the government of Mexico is putting on this, that he surrendered, is inaccurate. And I think if there's anybody in a position to know how his arrest and apprehension went down, it's his counsel.
The FBI says he was a drug kingpin. You're listening to ABC News.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers. Oh, they're here. Hey, who needs something to drink?
we've been overindulging a little more than usual. Thank goodness we both added active liver to our diets to give our livers some much needed support so we have the energy we need to enjoy the holidays.
Active Liver from New Nordic contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract designed to give your liver maximum protection and help it do vital jobs like removing toxins from alcohol, rich foods, and sweets.
Try Active Liver today and enjoy all the holiday treats with the peace of mind of knowing you're giving your liver some relief.
Find Active Liver online at Amazon, Vitacost.com, or iHerb.com. Or pick it up today at CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. Enjoy life to the fullest with Active Liver.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. Several inches of snow fell over the weekend with a foot of snow in some areas. Meteorologist with the National Weather Service, Ben Herson, warns to take precautions as extreme cold weather continues.
Urging people to stay inside. They do have to go outside. Just bundle up as much as you can, dress in layers, and just limit your exposure to those temperatures. As we look forward to the rest of this week, that cold it's here to stay. We're going to struggle to get above freezing at all for the next week. It looks like on Tuesday we might get up to around 30 degrees, and that is the warmest day of the week. And so this cold's going to stick around. This snow is going to stick around. Over the next few days, this light, fluffy snow is probably going to get blown around a bit as well. So if you're out there shoveling, you may notice that some of that snow gets blown back onto your driveway.
The winter storm kept the Missouri Highway Patrol busy over the weekend. The patrol reports that troopers responded to more than 1,200 calls for service and rescued nearly 250 stranded motorists. Meantime, MoDOT is warning of icy conditions on the roadways due to the frigid temperatures. Lambert Airport officials are reminding us to check flight statuses before heading out. You can check flights out of Lambert online at flystl.com. 24-hour shelters to protect people from the cold remain open in the St. Louis area. Some shelters do accept pets. Those in need of a shelter should call the United Way at 211. The forecast in a few minutes. The man accused of killing a Herman, Missouri police officer and injuring another officer has been found guilty. A jury handed down that verdict Saturday night to Kenneth Simpson. Back in March of 2023, Sergeant Mason Griffith and Officer Adam Sullentrup responded to a gas station in Herman for a report of an irate person. When the officers arrived, they encountered Simpson. That's when Simpson shot the officers. Griffith died of his injuries, and Sullentrup spent over 7 months in a Colorado rehab facility. Missouri Attorney General Catherine Hanaway is warning that identity theft is on the rise. The story from KTRS's Jill Enders.
Identity Theft Awareness Week kicks off today. This has Attorney General Catherine Hanaway warning Missouri consumers that identity theft is one of the fastest growing crimes in the U.S. Hanaway says identity theft can occur in several forms. This includes financial identity theft. This happens when someone uses another's identity to obtain credit, goods, or services. Medical identity theft occurs when someone else uses another's identity to obtain medical care or drugs. There's also child identity theft. This happens when a child's social security number is fraudulently used to apply for government benefits, open bank and credit card accounts, apply for a loan or utility service, or rent a place to live. Now, the Attorney General's office has set up a hotline to help you recognize and report identity theft. That number is 800-392-8222. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. Due to the snow and extreme temperatures, several St. Louis businesses are closed today, including the Gateway Arch National Park, Missouri Botanical Garden, the Old Courthouse, St. Louis Science Center, St. Louis Zoo, St. Louis Public Library, all locations, and St. Louis County Library, all locations. And now let's take a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. Wall Street starts the week on an up note. Dow Jones jumped 314 points to finish at 49,412. NASDAQ up 100 points to 23,601. S&P 500 up 35 points to 6,950. And for the first time, gold exceeded $5,000 an ounce. Time now to check sports and traffic with Captain Paul Kopsky.
Slobey Slough basketball has the country's sixth longest winning streak after a resounding 35-point win at St. Bonaventure. The Billikens look to extend that 13-game streak tomorrow night against George Washington at Chaffetz. And Mizzou football has added former Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee out of the transfer portal. Lee reunites with quarterback Austin Simmons as the two were teammates on the Rebels in 2024 and 2025. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. The exit ramp from 270 to Washington Elizabeth is partially blocked. There's a stalled vehicle on 270 north past 55, blocking the two right lanes. Another stalled vehicle on 370 east past 141. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270, and otherwise, traffic is moving well on area interstates. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Thank you, Captain Paul. KTRS weather. The good news is no winter storms on the horizon. The bad news, we are below freezing through the rest of January. Clear tonight, overnight low of 7 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, high of 29. Wednesday, partly cloudy, high of 30. Thursday, cloudy and extreme cold returns, high of 19. And then temperatures remain below freezing until next Monday. Right now, we have clear skies, 17 degrees. Official sunset in a few minutes at 5:16. The time right now is 5:09. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
John Beal Roofing has been proudly serving homeowners and businesses in the St. Louis metro area on both sides of the river in Missouri and Illinois for over 3 generations. A dependable roof begins with a team you can count on, and that's exactly what you get with John Beal Roofing. Recognized as one of Roofing Contractor Magazine's top 100 roofing companies, John Beal Roofing offers 24/7 emergency service and industry-leading warranties, including a lifetime workmanship warranty for total peace of mind. From upgrading an aging roof or completing a full replacement, the team at John Beal Roofing delivers solutions that are built to code, built to last, and handled with expert care. John Beal also responds quickly with reliable storm damage services backed by decades of experience and 24/7 emergency support. Get started today for expert service and a free, no-obligation estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-ROOF. That's 1-800-NEW-ROOF.
Reese Nichols, the most trusted Missouri real estate company, is now proudly serving St. Louis. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Alliance is now Reese Nichols, a Missouri-born company established 125 years ago. The same trusted agents who served St. Louis for 45 years now have the backing of Missouri's largest brokerage, Reese Nichols. Offices across the metro, in-house services include title and insurance, making your move seamless. They also proudly support the Ronald McDonald House. Visit reesenichols.com reesnichols.com. That's reesnichols.com.
Do you have the option to control your cash flow and wealth? Are you getting a return on your greatest asset, your lifetime and potential generational income? Overcome these critical financial planning challenges by discovering the control option mindset featuring the lifetime and generational income maximizer. Call Mark Benson and his team at the Control Option at 314-432-9540 or online at thecontroloptionmindset.com.
Stay connected with the Big 550 KTRS, streaming 24/7 online at KTRS.com or on the KTRS app. Powered by JBL Financial. Stream Straight Talk on Retirement every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Could our government be facing another shutdown? Joe Khalil, a Washington correspondent for News Nation, joins us with what he knows. Thanks for making time for us this afternoon, Joe.
Of course, happy to do it.
So the reason this is once again a topic is because of that awful shooting in Minneapolis Saturday morning.
Yeah. So, Heidi, what's going on right now is Democrats in the Senate, they're facing this package of government funding bills. And a couple of days ago, it seemed like everything was on track. There was a bipartisan push to get this done. Now Democrats are saying, hold on a minute. We're going to take the part that funds DHS, which Homeland Security, which funds ICE, and either take it out of this funding package unless we can make reforms to how ICE is doing things on the ground in Minneapolis, or we are not voting for this. And Republicans who control the Senate chamber are saying, look, we're already past the point of negotiating. These bills fund the government. Either vote for them as they are or don't. And that is a situation right now. They're at a bit of an impasse. If this is not resolved by Friday, then we will have another partial government shutdown. And it appears almost more likely than not that that's going to be the outcome here. Based on everything we're hearing from Democrats and Republicans, both sides seem pretty firm in their positions right now. So we may very well be headed to the second shutdown in just a 2-month period here.
Are any Republicans wavering on this and taking the side of the Democrats?
No, none that we've seen so far, none publicly. We've seen Rand Paul, who says he's not going to vote for it, but it's for budgetary reasons. He's a bit of a independent thinker on these kinds of bills. Aside from him, we've not seen any Republican senators say they're going to vote against the package. What we have seen, though, and I think this is notable, is remember back when Renee Good was shot, the woman in the SUV. There was virtually every Republican in Congress almost reflexively defended ICE and backed up the statement from Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary. She said, Renee Good acted as a domestic terrorist. This time around, I think the response from Republicans has been a bit more measured. They've not reflexively defended ICE. Homeland Security, again, said the man who died, Alex Preddy, was trying to, in their words here, massacre police officers and ICE agents. You didn't see Republicans defend that statement this time. Many of them were more measured and said, you know what? Let's reserve judgment. Let's do an investigation. And I thought it was notable that so many Republicans sort of changed their tone a bit. Again, having said that, none of them have said so far they're not going to vote for the funding bills because they don't want to give more money to ICE. Democrats have said that, Republicans not so far.
Joe, I got sort of a 2-point consideration here. And one is I sort of felt that after the last shutdown, that the Democrats kind of lost in public opinion there, not in a major way, but just kind of, sort of. Can we count that as an official government commentary? Kind of, sort of. Anyway, this time around, I feel like if the Republicans take this hard line, they'll be the ones that have egg on their face and forget about the morality of everything and that sort of thing. I think they'd be smarter to say, we need to revisit our strategy. Let's talk about it. I think that's the only way they can win that.
Yeah, so you bring up a lot of really good points there. I think it's complicated. It's a bit more nuanced. Yeah. I think in the last shutdown, Republicans came out of it saying, we won here because Democrats were the ones making demands They did not get their demands. We reopened the government, and we've proved again shutdowns don't work. So Republicans came away with that sort of attitude.
Yeah.
Democrats did come away from that also saying, look, number one, the polling on the health care issue is on our side and is in our favor. And we have sort of elevated the issue that we want to talk about, which is the health care and the Obamacare subsidies, to the forefront. That was the dominant issue. And so some Democrats came away from the shutdown thinking, well, you know what, that was a bit of a win for us. So there is maybe some nuance there. And to your point, this time around, again, typically the side making demands and shutting the government down doesn't really get what they want. We've seen that in 2013 and 2018. Republicans failed to get what they wanted. And this time around, too, Democrats were asking for policies they didn't get. But I think you raise a good point, and that is the immigration issue more generally. When President Trump came into office the second time around, it was one of his strongest issues when you looked at public polling. People thought he was going to be much better on immigration than President Biden. He did successfully close the border. But right now, if you poll and you ask people, Trump is underwater pretty significantly now on immigration, which should be one of his stronger issues. And it's clearly because people are reacting to what they're seeing with ICE in these raids. They don't like it. So I think Republicans, to your point, are going to have to maybe contend with the fact that they're losing public support the more these ICE raids continue. You get these videos, this 5-year-old boy in Minneapolis. It's really heartbreaking. And then you've got this shooting. And I think it's objectively clear that the way that DHS sort of described what happened almost immediately without investigation isn't really what we see happened on this video. So I think Republicans do have to be a bit careful now that they're not losing support in a significant way. And I think they're going to have to watch their tone on this government funding fight.
De-escalation seems almost inevitable in Minneapolis at this point. Trump called Governor Tim Walz. The two of them talking is almost a miracle in and of itself. And like you said, public support and even Republican support for what DHS is currently doing is waning. Do you think if they pulled ICE agents out of Minneapolis that this will get through and we won't shut down?
That's a possibility. I think it's a bit too late for that this week. If I were a betting man, I would say that by Friday we do have a shutdown unless something drastic happens. We will see. I think, again, to your point, we've already heard President Trump soften his language a bit in a Wall Street Journal interview last night, saying, well, ICE is not going to be there forever, and eventually we are going to downsize the presence there. So I think the administration is also reading the tea leaves and seeing the public polling, the opinion. And I think what we are likely to see is ICE draw back relatively soon in Minneapolis. In fact, the fact that he had a conversation with Governor Walz, the fact that he's sending Tom Homan, the border czar, there, I think is an indication that they're taking authority away from Secretary Noem and perhaps Greg Bovino a bit, putting it in the hands of Tom Homan, who, by the way, whether you love Homan or you hate Homan, he has not made these assertions about this is a domestic terrorist or this was, a man massacring ICE officers. He has always said, let's have an investigation, let's let it play out. So I think as the administration sees maybe a cooler head in Homan, putting him in charge, I think you're starting to see the de-escalation already.
We're talking to Joe Khalil, a Washington correspondent for News Nation. Joe, do Democrats want to completely cut funding for ICE? Do they just want to cut back? And is defunding the only way that they can stop what's happening in Minnesota?
So ICE is already funded more than they ever have been in history because of the one big beautiful bill that was already passed last year. Democrats, they're not able to go back and claw money back. In this funding bill, it just increases their budget by about $10 billion. And Democrats are saying we don't want to increase it by even 1 penny. So I think their demands are that they don't want to increase the budget, number one. But number two, what Democrats want to see is they want changes and restrictions in law. They want to make it mandatory that ICE agents are not wearing these masks anymore. I've heard a couple of other ideas that Democrats have as demands that they want to put into the funding bills. It's going to be a tall order because you're going to have a lot of Republican pushback on that. But that's at least what I'm hearing from Democrats as a sort of phase one. This is our position at the moment. And then perhaps as negotiation happens, that changes.
And the government needs to be funded. The government needs to be kept open. What else is in these? You said it's 5 or 6 bills that they'll pass all at once. Is there stuff in here for health insurance? All the people whose prices just skyrocketed. Was there any relief in one of these bills for those people?
Yeah, I mean, so every aspect of the government, when you fund the government on an annual basis, Congress is supposed to be passing 12 individual bills, and each one has its own function. So the military, the VA, right? That's all one bill of 12 out of 12. You've got agriculture bill, right? That's 1 out of 12. So the government has already passed 6 of them, and there's this other package that all is put together, the 6 remaining bills. Now, again, Democrats are asking to pull out just Homeland Security portion, just that one, pass the other 5. And Republicans are saying, no, we're not going to do that. They either all pass or they all fail. Now, again, that could change, but even within the Department of Homeland Security, that funding bill on its own, 1 of the 12, DHS funds ICE, but it also funds things like FEMA. It also funds the Coast Guard. It also funds the Secret Service. So if you pull out the DHS bill, then all of those other agencies that certainly have bipartisan support, they also are not going to get funded. And so that's going to be, I think, a bit problematic for Democrats. Now, they are saying in this moment, a line has been crossed to such a degree in Minneapolis with ICE's behavior that it is worth having the temporary pain of a shutdown. And politically, Democrats are willing to take that, to make the point that they're trying to make here. As with any shutdown, the question becomes, how long is this going to last? How do you get out? What's the off-ramp? So those are things that right now Democrats and the White House, I've been told, are working on, are negotiating paths forward. And we'll see where they land and how it all shakes out. But I think the feeling is palpable among Democrats, and it's not just your Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warrens of the world. It's people who are very moderate. If you know the Senate, there are less high profile, but very, very sort of, willing to work with Republicans. And those Democrats, people like Jeanne Shaheen, Maggie Hassan, Dick Durbin, that sort of moderate ilk of the party, they are the ones now coming forward with statements saying, we're not voting for this either. We don't want to send another penny to ICE, given the tragedies, the shootings, what we're seeing. So that, I think, it's just a very interesting dynamic that Democrats are going to have to contend.
Joe, thank you so much for your insight. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Happy to do it, guys. Thank you.
The Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union 1, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Oftentimes we talk about make sure you support local, and of course you want to support local, and when you support local and you need windows and doors, you call Larry Thornton and Joe Thornton from the Window Store, 314-739-0002. Why? Well, because they support local and you support local, right? And you're supporting your neighbor to make sure the job is done right. They go the extra mile. In fact, somebody called up Larry Thornton the other day looking for new windows. Larry went out to the house and said, "You don't need new windows. These windows are fine. Thank you very much. Call me back some other time." The other reason why you support Larry Thornton at the Window Store, 314-739-0002, is because local companies support charities. And the Window Store is a proud sponsor of the KTRS Radiothon to support Backstoppers. So a local company that'll do it right with great windows and great doors, and they give back to the community, and big supporters of Backstoppers. You need windows, you need Window Store, wswindow.net.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even
even AI?
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Sure, AAA are the folks who can get you back on the road when you have a flat tire. They can also provide quality and affordable home and auto insurance. But when you think of AAA, think of this too, AAA Travel. Hi, it's Julie Buck, and AAA Travel is ready to plan your next trip or vacation. And you don't have to be a member to enjoy their services. Of course, membership does have its privileges. To find a AAA advisor near you, just visit AAA.com/travel. Remember, the internet is for looking. AAA.com/travel is for booking.
You've had all these great ideas about what to do with your outside space. Now's the time to take the next step and call Outdoor Living, because Pat Leahy and the gang at Outdoor Living have built a showroom, which is a great resource for you. You can go in and see all the products they have, the composite decking, the metal framing. You see, at Outdoor Living, what they pride themselves on is building it right the first time and never having to worry about it again. So they build it. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Outdoor Living, their showroom on Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, is a great resource for you. You can go and see all the different ways and all the different things they can do. Then they'll come out, they'll do a site visit, and in just a few short weeks, you will have the dream deck, fence, gazebo, pergola, whatever it may be. Outdoor Living, right there in Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood. 314-966-3325 or OutdoorLivingInc.com. Check out the showroom and take that next step. You'll love it. Outdoor Living or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
I'm Mark Cantor. Here's why you can count on Cantor Injury Law.
My name is Michelle. I'm a litigation paralegal at Cantor Injury Law, and you can count on Cantor because we are smart, honest, and hardworking.
I'm Kevin Glenn, and a partner here at Cantor Injury Law. You can count on Cantor because we make your cause our cause.
No fee if no recovery. Please visit CantorInjuryLaw.com or call us at 314-628-9999.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
There is a reason we are called the Big 550. Reason number one, the voices you know.
Hi, everybody. McGraw Millhaven here.
Hi, this is Frank Cusimano.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer.
Reason two, the voices you trust.
I'm Jack Carney. Thank you for listening.
It's Julie Buck here.
Reason three, the voices you've learned to love and the personalities you grew up with.
Hey, it's Heidi.
Hey, everybody. It's Josh.
Hi, everybody. It's Bob Ramsey.
And not to mention, but we will, locally owned and nationally and worldwide known. We are St. Louis's hometown station, the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, here's a little advice, and I am guilty of this too. We've all seen it. It's kind of a sketchy text, pops up. We're not sure really what it is. Maybe it's trying to sell you something, and you type back stop in all capital letters.
Right.
Supposed to cut that out. Well, now they're saying that even with the stop, you're telling the sender that there's a real person on the other end, and once they know that, you might just get even more junk text in the future. So
ignore it.
Ignore if the message is from a real place you trust, your doctor, a bank, school, and you want to end the subscription or get off of that text, they'll usually honor it. But if it feels like spam, they say do not engage. The best thing you can do is block the number. On both iPhone and Android, you can tap the message, choose the sender, and block them in just a couple of seconds. You can also turn on the message filtering if you want to.
We just had one that Jen thinks is a scam. It went to her phone. Mm-hmm. Somebody saying, your basketball goal is blocking the street. And, and you need to move it and that sort of thing. Well, first of all, we knew it wasn't us because we don't have a basketball goal in the street. But somebody's out there fishing neighborhoods, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one because I've seen it and then a friend just got it and it was basically saying, are you going to such and such barbecue on whatever? And I said you've got the wrong number. And then immediately they try to, and then I, of course, deleted.
I'm so sorry. Can you send me some iTunes gift cards?
It doesn't, no, it takes a lot more than that.
Really?
Then they kind of go to I thought this was so, like, they really try to engage and get you to talk to them about who it is, and it feels very, very real. So I really feel sorry for people who are a little lonely, and that person is then asking questions because it is the perfect storm.
And I've noticed, I thought that some of these were like AI, and it was a bot that was doing all of this, and they have this script that they just hammer out. But I've seen people mess with them and really string them along, and they start yelling back at you, and they say, just give me the freaking gift cards, stop, messing around or whatever, and threatening them and everything. So it's not a bot; it's a real person. And can you imagine? That's how you spend your life.
I'm busy right now. Give me your home number and I'll call you back later.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want somebody to call you at home. Now you know how I feel.
Click.
We don't do that here.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I ran. I know we got to hit traffic here, but I'm online and I'm checking my personal email, and it says that I have a trip booked with trips.com.
Oh, good for you. That's exciting.
Dallas for 6 days.
Great.
At the airport outside, right in, and it looked real. You always
they all look real.
But you go up to the sender, and it was trips.com. It wasn't some foreign place with characters and things that I've never heard of. I called the hotel, and they said, yes, we have a reservation under your name.
What?
And
that's next level.
I said, well, is there any credit cards attached to this? Is there any payment attached?
Question.
And she said, no. Whoever has this reservation is going to pay when they get here. And I said, well, I've run across times where I'll get, people signing up for Topgolf or something, and it'll be my name, and it'll be somewhere in England. I'm not going to cancel someone's reservation at the airport Hilton, outside of Dallas, in case they're actually going there and their name happens to be Josh Gilbert. But I just confirmed with the hotel, and I'm just like, I just want to make sure you don't have my credit card on
you know
file.
what? That was really smart. I'm proud of you.
Because I could have just ignored it or whatever, but it, you check.
Wonder.
It looked pretty legit, so it's really out there. I just don't necessarily think I'm the one that's, made the reservation. So
yeah, very interesting. 5:33, Captain Paul, how's traffic? Are there a lot of cars out there right now?
I think volume is pretty light, Heidi, and we are accident-free with the roads looking pretty good. We have a stalled vehicle on the 64 West on-ramp from McCausland, another stalled vehicle on 270 West at West Florissant. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270. This traffic report is brought to you by the Rack House in Cottleville. The Rack House just made Whiskey Advocate magazine's top whiskey bars in the country list for the third time. The Rack House in Cottleville averages over 300 whiskey, bourbon, and Scotch selections on its menu. The Rack House, featuring upscale casual dining and drinks since 2014. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
And now, KTRS weather.
Well, the skies are sunny, but boy, these temperatures are cold. We're only going to make it into the mid-teens today, and temperatures actually late tonight will start to go back up tonight. So we'll drop into the single digits and then rise back up into the teens tomorrow morning. Morning low about 18, the high tomorrow close to 30, but we're still not making it to freezing. The good news is no snow in the forecast for at least the next 4 or 5 days. In the First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kent Earhart for the Big 550 KTRS.
Most people think if I name my husband as beneficiary, everything's going to be okay, and that's not necessarily true.
I'm Scott Garcia with Premier Estate and Income Planning.
What am I doing taking care of people after somebody has passed and all the mess that comes with that?
And I'm Jennifer Cermak, Chief Counsel and Estate Planning Attorney of Premier Estate and Income Planning.
No longer is the attorney the gatekeeper to your lives.
Let us show you how to protect your assets, avoid probate, and retire with confidence.
Having an estate plan could be the most important document you could ever have.
The Premier Income and Estate Planning Show, this Saturday at 4 and this Sunday morning at 7 on the Big 550 KTRS.
Recently, a good friend of mine was changing the light fixture in their kitchen, and they took the light fixture off the ceiling, and they looked inside the ceiling and said, what is the phone number to Michael Baldy? If they would have listened to me, they would have put Michael Baldy's phone number in their phone, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. So here you go. The next time you need an electrician, you need to remember Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. So the phone number, 314-968-9999. Indoor, outdoor, an old Victorian home, knob and tube wiring, and anything and everything in between. You see, Michael Baldy is a licensed electrician, and he has a team ready to go. Whether it's something for the ceiling in the kitchen, something for the lights for the holidays, whatever it may be, Michael Baldy and Baldy Electric. BaldyElectric.com, 314-968-9999, because everybody needs a good electrician on speed dial. BaldyElectric.com.
The Missouri Valley Conference men's basketball tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union One, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Hey, it's Heidi, and if the new year means a new look for your home, look no further than Dalco Home Remodeling. Let me just tell you, customers could not be happier. If you're looking for new windows, Dalco Home Remodeling has you covered. If you're looking for a new door, they can custom make you a front door. They can do French doors, they can do sliding doors, and they can stain it or paint it to whatever you have going on or whatever new color you want to add. Let me just tell you about some of the happy clients. You've got Alex, who said, I had Dalco replace several windows and doors on one of my properties, did a top quality job for me, would definitely recommend. And he's just one of many. You know, Dalco Home Remodeling has been around for more than 50 years. They are family owned and family operated. So if you're ready to get your dream project underway, go to DalcoHomeRemodeling.com. You can also give them a call at 314-298-7300.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
Hey, St. Louis. Eddie McVeigh here from Maggie O'Brien's, reminding everyone that I'm looking forward to seeing you at one of our 2 locations. Whether it be for lunch, happy hour, dinner, or late night, Maggie's is the place to be. Don't forget to catch our shuttle to all the major events downtown. And if you need a banquet room, small or large, for that special occasion, please give us a call at Maggie O'Brien's. Maggie O'Brien's 2 locations on South Lindbergh and Sunset Hills and downtown at the corner of Market and 20th Street. Union Station is next to us.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Let's talk a little entertainment news. Dolly Parton celebrated her 80th birthday last week. In true Dolly fashion, she went to Instagram and said, I'm 80 years old. Can you believe that? I hope I live another 80 years, but I hope I've still got my plastic surgeons in line. Oh, Lord, I've outlived so many plastic surgeons.
Oh, my gosh.
That's hilarious.
Uh-huh. She also wanted to give us something for her birthday, and that was a brand new version of her song, Light of a Clear Blue Morning, which she wrote 50 years ago. The updated version features Queen Latifah, Reba McEntire, Miley Cyrus, and Lainey Wilson. So,
wow,
that might be kind of good. Maybe find it and see if we can play it towards the end. Light of a Clear Blue Morning.
Okay.
The Queen of Country Music also got a fun gift from Bono. It was a live bagpipe player who played Happy Birthday for her, and Dolly said, well, that's a surprise. Are you calling me an old bag? I mean, she has the best
she's great.
one-liners ever.
She really does.
Now, speaking of plastic surgery, Martha Stewart is revealing the truth behind those plastic surgery rumors surrounding her shockingly youthful appearance. In a recent interview, she said, everybody insists that I've had plastic surgery, and I have not ever had plastic surgery, adding, I'm the most honest person on earth, but if they won't take my word for it, I don't know. Now, I do think it's a little interesting that she says most honest person on earth when she
Oh, yeah.
did serve a little time. The 84-year-old did say that a plastic surgeon did do reparative work on her face after suffering an injury about a decade ago.
Got a shiv in prison.
Yeah, doesn't consider that plastic surgery. No, get this. She said, I had to be at today at 7 a.m. and there was a big blizzard. So I leaned down in my dark kitchen to kiss the dogs goodbye. I put my head down to one of my French bulldogs and scared her. She bolted up. She didn't bite her. She bashed her lip into my tooth, split it from my lip almost all the way to my nose. Blood started gushing all over the dog. This is at 11 p.m. in a blizzard. This is the only time I've ever missed an appearance. She then explained that her security guard drove her through the snowstorm to get her to a hospital where she immediately requested that a plastic surgeon see her right away. She said, I got to the hospital and I think they did 16 stitches in my lip. She goes, I can't call that plastic surgery. That's a repair. It's terrible. It's a terrible split lip. You could not see. It healed so well, but that's the extent.
I would agree with her. One time playing basketball, pickup basketball. Guy elbowed me, but it was so weird. I was in a place I shouldn't have been. And he just got the ball and brought it down, and his elbow caught my
and it's
skin.
such thin skin.
And it ripped a big gap, just a gap under the orbit bone there.
Oh, my goodness.
And so, thank goodness, when I went to the emergency room, they had a plastic surgeon on staff, and he fixed it. You can't even see it anymore.
Which is amazing. Like when you watch a boxing match and they just put, Vaseline on it to keep it? I don't know what that...
Well, it's so when you get punched again, it slides off better.
God.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's not true.
Partially true.
Is that true? All right. I'll take your word for it. All right. I'm looking at Martha Stewart right now.
Yeah.
84-year-old Martha Stewart, and she's got a full face, okay? I'm not going to say, it's chubby, but fuller faces always look younger. I mean, look at Mickey Rooney.
Agreed.
Oh, interesting. I never thought about it that way.
That's why the people that take Ozempic a lot, who maybe don't
have
even need it,
face.
Get that
gaunt look, because you're sucking all the fat out of your face.
I think
it makes
Ryan
you look
Seacrest
old.
is a perfect example. I don't know if you're tuning in to Wheel of Fortune.
It's kind of scary.
It is kind of scary.
Yes.
He looks better with a little more weight on his face.
So Martha's got a full face.
A beautiful face.
I do not believe for a second that no work's been done. 84 years old.
I mean, she said believe her if you want to.
I choose to believe her.
I don't.
Yeah. Matt Damon won't soon forget working with Clint Eastwood. He had prepared extensively for his role in Invictus back in 2009, which was based on the true story of Nelson Mandela. He said Matt's time with the Oscar-winning director didn't go exactly how he expected it to. He goes, I was playing a South African rugby player, and that's a really tough accent to do. He was talking to Conan O'Brien on a recent episode of his podcast, and he explained he worked with a dialect coach for 6 months on the accent. He said, the very first take I did, I've done this so many thousands of times, practicing it. He said, I have a different way to do it, trying to figure out what the character is going to be, and Eastwood says, cut, print, move on. And Matt said, hang on. Can we do that one more time? And he goes, why? You want to waste everybody's time? Matt forged ahead. He goes, okay, guess we're moving on. And it was one take. He said he realized that Clint's approach was to tax the crew only when needed.
Yeah.
And he did say there was a kindness to the words from the really lovely guy, but he was like, not wasting any time. He liked it, and let's go.
Sometimes instead of cut, he'll say, well, that's enough of that, isn't it?
Oh, that's good.
Get off my set.
Jelly Roll opened up after the live premiere of Star Search and shared how his weight loss has reshaped his entire life. He said, I've gotten closer to God. I've gotten closer to myself. I'm a better father. I'm more present with my children. He says now he coaches his son's basketball team and feels capable of doing things he never imagined. He said, when you're 550 pounds, you wonder if they even have a seat big enough for you. You definitely don't think about trying to coach your kid's team. He says, I feel physically better. I'm a whole different human. He has 2 kids from previous relationships. Bailey Ann is 17 and Noah is 9.
What is he down to, about 3 bills?
I think
A little
so.
less?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
It is very dramatic.
It is. Hulu's sequel to The Handmaid's Tale, The Testaments, will premiere April 8th. It will premiere with 3 episodes followed by a weekly release. Then Handmaid's Rude Ann Dowd will return as Aunt Lydia. Did you guys ever watch it?
No.
Oh, she is so evil. With new characters playing the daughter of June, the Testament centers on the young girls in Gilead who are training to be the wives. It's awful. First Lady Melania Trump and the director of her upcoming doc, Brett Ratner, held a private screening at the White House Saturday night. It included black VIPs, monogram popcorn tubs, and a military band playing movie tunes. I wasn't sure she was in on it, so I guess she is definitely signed off on this documentary.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So we have Kate Anderson Brower. She's an author that wrote The Residents,
Right.
The First Ladies, the President's Book, and then we also had New York Times author Katie Rogers.
Yes.
Who has also written a First Lady's book, who have also been on the show. I'm trying to get her on because she's seen the movie, and I want to see what her take is. And what is Melania's legacy now that she's non-consecutive 2-term
First Lady.
First Lady.
Yeah.
So what is her kind of mission in the second term? The first term was online bullying, which I found was kind of ironic because her husband, there's a lot of online bullying. But what is the second?
So she knows.
Yeah. It's a close subject to her heart.
What's the second term's big?
Yeah.
You know, because every first lady has something.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to have her on. We're going to try to get her on.
Yeah.
Hear about the movie and hear a little bit more about Melania.
I like that. 56 years ago today in 1970, Simon and Garfunkel released their final album, Bridge Over Troubled Water. And then this one's crazy. 47 years ago in 1979, The Dukes of Hazzard, starring John Schneider and Tom Wopat, premiered on
starring
CBS.
who?
John.
You left one out.
Oh, yes.
Daisy.
Daisy Duke. I sure did.
What was her name?
Catherine Bach.
Catherine Bach.
Okay.
Thank you.
Howdy. Howdy.
Bob, if you haven't noticed, Heidi always, whenever she mentions the show, you could tell she was a huge fan.
I was kind of ashamed of it now, but if you're looking for something to watch tonight, the 24th season premiere of American Idol is on ABC. The second season premiere of Extracted is on Fox. This is a reality competition where 12 competitors have to survive alone in the wilderness while 2 companions watching from nearby have the power to assist or extract them. The last person standing wins $250,000. Boy.
Can we find shows that are even more evil?
Yeah.
Why don't you just have the friends be snipers?
Yeah. I mean, it's like the Hunger Games.
Have you seen this Naked and Afraid
Oh, no way.
show?
Yeah.
Where you get
But
to...
they don't show anything.
Well, they know they don't. But
if you're going to show me, give me the
Show
goods,
me.
I'm in.
You pick 2 items. You know, you can have shoes and a knife or a loincloth and a hammer or whatever. And then they put somebody else out there with you. 21 days. People lose like 40 pounds.
Oh, well, they do on Survivor, too.
Who wants to do this?
Shoes and an airplane ticket.
You know what? A lot of people want fame, and they'll do anything
That's
for
right.
it. What about birthdays today?
How many you want? What do you got time-wise?
Give me 3.
Okay, I'll give you a few. A couple easy ones, I think. The greatest, Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, he's getting up there.
Married to a Pattonville girl.
Yes.
Is he in his 70s, 71?
I was going to say 68.
65.
Oh.
How about, I think Heidi's got an edge here. Let's see. Acclaimed country rocker and writer, Lucinda Williams.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm going to say she's 69.
62.
73.
Whoa.
Terrific actor. Not usually the lead guy. Scott Glenn.
Oh, Scott Glenn.
First time I really recognized him was in Urban Cowboy. He was the bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
You Google him, you know exactly who it is. Are we going up here, Bob? Is
He can't tell you that.
76?
I'm going to say 74.
Well, I gave you a hint because remember,
Urban Cowboy
was early 80s.
Yeah.
He's 87.
Ooh.
Wow.
Man.
And then here's one, I don't ever do these, posthumous birthday, Paul Newman.
Oh, legend.
Would have been, I don't know. He was born in 1925.
Oh, he would have been
101,
101 today.
Wow. Sting, Cool Hand Luke, Butch Cassidy, Slapshot, Absence of Malice, HUD, on and on and on.
I mean,
you look at his resume, and there's probably at least a dozen great movies.
Well, and then look at what he did with his salad dressings, and just giving back. Really, I mean, he's just a good guy.
Well, he was
seems.
a great, great guy.
Yeah. All right, that is our evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. When winter hits St. Louis, your furnace doesn't get a day off, and if yours is older, it may be running nonstop and still not keeping you comfortable. Winter has a way of exposing weak links. You're probably paying more and getting less. Or if your home never quite feels warm enough in the winter, your furnace may be telling you something else, especially if it's been around for a while. That's why I want you to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their technicians go through 5 years of training beyond industry standards. It's Premier standards. Heating your home shouldn't feel like a struggle. Older furnaces work harder and use more energy. If you want lower energy bills and better heat, it's just all around smarter to consider a new furnace. And yes, Premier offers financing, which makes upgrading a whole lot easier. So whether you need a tune-up or you're ready for something new, make your winter a lot more comfortable for your home or your business. Call 636-916-1122. PremierHeatingCooling.net. Comfort you can count on.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at SimplySecureDentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or SimplySecureDentures.com.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
Diana from Newstetter's Fine Jewelers here to remind you, we don't just offer the best pieces, we offer one of the last master hand engravers in our country. My father can create timeless, personal, and unforgettable pieces. Come by our showroom at the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or learn more online at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It's 7 minutes before 6 o'clock. Let's get one final check of traffic from Captain Paul.
Heidi, emergency vehicles are on 270 West past Bell Fountain, blocking the two right lanes. We have a stalled vehicle on the 64 West on-ramp from McCausland. The signals are on flash at 367 and 270. This traffic report is brought to you by the Opera Theater of St. Louis. Get your season tickets now to the Opera Theater of St. Louis. Enjoy the productions of Romeo and Juliet, A Streetcar Named Desire, and others. Visit them online at opera-stl.org. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Fielder Electric Services has been meeting the needs of residents and businesses in the St. Louis area since 1987. As a family and Christian-run business, Fielder Electric believes in treating the customers the right way. Fielder Electric provides service to residential, industrial, or commercial businesses. Under the directive of a licensed master electrician, all work is completed by our professional electricians. Get a free quote from them today. Visit them online at fielderelectricservices.com or give them a call at 314-773-4955.
Worldwide Technology Raceway is the only track in America to host a NASCAR event, an IndyCar event, and an NHRA event.
The Raceway features a full schedule on their drag strip, oval track, and Gateway Kartplex. For full schedule and ticket info, go online to www.raceway.com.
The track, under the leadership of owner Curtis Francois, continues to upgrade the race experience for fans who come from around the country. For tickets, go to www.raceway.com.
That's www.raceway.com.
You've had all these great ideas about what to do with your outside space. Now's the time to take the next step and call Outdoor Living, because Pat Leahy and the gang at Outdoor Living have built a showroom, which is a great resource for you. You can go in and see all the products they have, the composite decking, the metal framing. You see, at Outdoor Living, what they pride themselves on is building it right the first time and never having to worry about it again. So they build it. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Outdoor Living, their showroom on Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood is a great resource for you. You can go and see all the different ways and all the different things they can do. Then they'll come out, they'll do a site visit, and in just a few short weeks, you will have the dream deck, fence, gazebo, pergola, whatever it may be. Outdoor Living right there in Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood. 314-966-3325 or OutdoorLivingInc.com. Check out the showroom and take that next step. You'll love it. Outdoor Living or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
Bijou Chocolates in Webster Groves is bringing chocolate jewels to St. Louis. Owner and chocolatier Meggie Mobley and her talented staff create artisan, hand-painted chocolates with the perfect combination of science and art. Bijou Chocolates are so much more than delicious. Sweet treats. They create the handmade, meticulous works of art right inside their store in Webster Groves. For directions and hours, visit bijouchocolates.com.
All right, it's been fun, but it's time to wrap this show up with a couple randoms.
Traditionally, it's estimated that 1 inch of rain equals 10 inches of snow. That's known as the 10-to-1 snow ratio, but in reality, it could be anywhere from 6-to-1 to 18-to-1, depending on atmospheric conditions. So it's not a exact science.
Well, I mean, I thought it was interesting. Kent was saying how hard it is to predict the actual snowfall totals because not all of it sticks and stacks.
Yeah.
And the real feel of the wind chill is a complicated equation, but it's actually rooted in math. So when they say it feels like negative 15 degrees, somebody's doing the math behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Good for them.
See? Yeah. And that's why we are here on the radio, hopefully keeping you lots of company. We'll be back tomorrow starting at 3 o'clock. Hopefully you will be too. And until then, see if you can put a smile on somebody's face.
Whatever gets you through the night.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers. Oh, they're here. Hey, who needs something to drink?
we've been overindulging a little more than usual. Thank goodness we both added active liver to our diets to give our livers some much-needed support so we have the energy we need to enjoy the holidays.
Active Liver from New Nordic contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract designed to give your liver maximum protection and help it do vital jobs like removing toxins from alcohol, rich foods, and sweets.
Try Active Liver today and enjoy all the holiday treats with the peace of mind of knowing you're giving your liver some relief.
Find Active Liver online at Amazon, Vitacost.com, or iHerb.com. Or pick it up today at CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. Enjoy life to the fullest with Active Liver.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, I'm giving my hair salon a total makeover.
Total makeover sounds totally expensive.
We updated our logo and colors, so I needed to print new signage, brochures, business cards, everything.
Everything will not be cheap.
Staples did it all, and I saved $100 on my order.
$100? Trim my whiskers, that's a good deal. For everything your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If it's soccer in St. Louis,
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. Republican criticism of Saturday's shooting of nurse Alex Preddy in Minneapolis by Border Patrol agents is on the rise.
More than 24 congressional Republicans have now called for investigations and/or hearings into the shooting. Texas Senator Ted Cruz said on his podcast, administration officials were too quick to label Alex Preddy a terrorist.
Escalating the rhetoric doesn't help, and it actually loses credibility.
The GOP chairman of the House and Senate Homeland Security Committees say they both now want the heads of ICE and Customs and Border Protection to appear before their panels in the next few weeks. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
The last body of an Israeli hostage has been returned to Israel. The IDF says it got intelligence that the remains were located in a cemetery in Gaza. ABC's Patrick Reevell says the last hostage was a former law enforcement officer, Ron Gavilli.
Returning all the bodies of the hostages was also a key part of the ceasefire deal that the Trump administration is now trying to push Israel to move to the second phase of. Trump's key negotiators, Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are in Israel today. Israel had also been refusing to open the key Rafah crossing that connects southern Gaza to Egypt while Gvili was missing. It is now due to open that crossing this week.
Today, the S&P 500 rose 0.5% and won back its losses from last week's dip. The Dow Jones climbed 313 points and the Nasdaq added 0.4%. Sly Dunbar, the iconic Jamaican Grammy-winning reggae drummer who worked with everyone from Bob Marley to Bob Dylan, has died. Dunbar's wife, Thelma, made the announcement to the Jamaica Gleaner newspaper. As half of the duo Sly and Robbie, Dunbar played on classics like Black Uhuru, Jimmy Cliff, and Peter Tosh. Their work stretched beyond Jamaica's shores, also working with Grace Jones and Bob Dylan. You're listening to ABC News.
This is KTRS News. I'm Sobe Bay. The latest winter storm has passed, but the numbers keep coming in. The most snowfall was in St. Genevieve, about 45 miles south of St. Louis. They had 13.6 inches of snow, the highest officially reported. The coldest temperature, minus 13 at Spirit of St. Louis Airport in Chesterfield, and that was this morning. The coldest wind chill was minus 30 in Chesterfield, also this morning. St. Charles was at minus 25 degrees wind chill factor. 977 calls for service to the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, nearly 700,000 miles traveled by snowplows and road treatment vehicles in Missouri, 112 reported crashes in the St. Louis area through early morning, and 107 stranded motorists called in to the Missouri State Highway Patrol Troop C in the St. Louis area. In around 250 hours until the temperatures get above freezing, which will happen next Monday, a man is in custody after a woman's body was found decomposing and nearly frozen behind a St. Louis home. The body was found behind a dilapidated residential building in the 3800 block of Cook Avenue in the Grand Center neighborhood. An autopsy confirms a woman died from a gunshot wound to her head. 54-year-old Efron T. Long is in custody. The victim's phone showed text saying she was afraid of Long. He is charged with first-degree murder, armed criminal action, and resisting arrest. Long remains jailed without bond. This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. Illinois unemployment rate is up slightly. The Department of Employment Security says Illinois' jobless rate in December increased 0.2% from November to 4.6%. This look at the markets brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturdays from 9 to 11 a.m. Dow Jones up 314. S&P 500 up 35, NASDAQ up 100, and for the first time, gold exceeds $5,000 an ounce. I'm Sobe Bay, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Attention. Attention. Please make your way to the nearest radio.
It's time for the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550, KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Good evening and welcome to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. This is going to be one of my favorite shows because we have two terrific guests. Kenny Rice, NBC Sports, and also a part of the movie The Smashing Machine. He's based in Lexington, KY. He'll be great at about 6:20-ish today. Then we're going to talk with Barry Hinson, the former great coach at Missouri State and at SIU Carbondale. And he's also one of my top 10 interviews of all time. You will absolutely love him. He's now starring in a national commercial about insurance. We'll get to the bottom of that, too. But let's begin this program with the opening monologue since it was such an eventful week in sports. So lap one, the weekend of basketball. Let's begin with Mizzou. I've never seen a game like it. I've been watching games for a long time. A 37-footer to send the game into overtime by Trent Pierce, and a 25-footer by Mark Mitchell to beat Oklahoma 88-87. Now, I root for Mizzou every game, and I was thrilled for the victory, but I immediately felt so sorry for Porter Moser, a longtime friend and a former SLU assistant coach. I don't know how often that has happened in history, buzzer-beating threes back-to-back. Imagine the pain. Oklahoma shoots 48% from the field, 44% from three, and then one of their misses, by the way, in overtime was halfway down. And for Mizzou, they moved to 4-3 in the SEC, 14-6 overall. You lose that game to Oklahoma, and you're thinking the NCAA, that's almost the pipe dream. You win, and you're still right in the thick of things. You still have a decent shot. Missouri's net ranking still not good, 69. However, they will get plenty of opportunities to improve that, including Tuesday night in a game against Alabama. You'll hear it right here on the Big 550 KTRS. Bottom line, have a winning record or a 500 record in that SEC, and Mizzou has a good shot. Plus, you have a new player, too, in T.O. Barrett, who's really coming on. He had his best game ever as a Tiger, 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. You like Mitchell, you like Pierce, you love Stone, and even Sean Phillips is fine with 9 rebounds and 3 blocks. Anthony Robinson, he's in a funk, not starting, but what a victory for Mizzou. And, Porter Moser said after the game he changed his philosophy about letting it go through and not fouling when you're up 3. I don't know, maybe he should change it back. All right, thought 2. The SLU win over St. Bonaventure was incredible in a different way, and I mean domination. Now, St. Bonaventure is not a power. I realize that. But SLU, in the past, simply would not win up there. So think about this beginning. They led by 27 points after 12 minutes. Who does that? We're up 27, 12 minutes in. They win 92-62. The key number is 19, though. They're 19-1, and they are 19th in the net rankings. That's ahead of schools like Alabama, North Carolina, and St. John's. Anybody have that before the season? Like, hey, SLU's going to have a higher net than Alabama, North Carolina, and St. John's. And it's a different guy every night. Friday, it was this gentleman by the name of Ish Sharma. We got him, or SLU got him, in the portal from Virginia. Has to be one of the coolest stat lines in college basketball this season. 24 minutes, 29 points, 10 of 14 from the field, and 9 of 12 from 3. The 9 threes ties Gibson Jimerson for most threes ever in a Billiken uniform. It's just a different person every night. Last week it was Brady Dunlap or Kellen Thames. I mean, it's crazy. This is why we really believe that this team is going to end up with 30 or more wins. You see, when you have like 8 guys who can all score 20 and 9 guys who can all really play, what are the odds that one night that 5 of them are going to be bad at the same time? That's why I think they got a great chance to win 30 games. All right, thought 3. As good as those 2 wins were, the best win of the weekend belonged to Illinois. They went to West Lafayette and beat the 4th-ranked team in America, the Purdue Boilermakers. And I always love these sudden success stories. So Illinois has this freshman named Keaton Wagler, very good player in high school at Shawnee Mission in Kansas. But for some reason, only 2 Power 4 schools offered him scholarships, Minnesota and Illinois. Think about all those coaching staffs with like 8 guys, and none of them thought it was a good idea to offer him a scholarship except two. And that's what they do for a living. They evaluate talent. It's all they do. So he goes to Illinois, and he scores 18 in his first game, and he hasn't looked back. And then on Saturday, his 46 points, most ever for an Illinois freshman, ties for most by any Illinois player ever. And he does it so efficiently and so unselfishly. He had 4 assists, but 9 of 11 from three-point range, 13 of 17 from the field. So this kid is going from last spring, with all the big schools ignoring him, to now possibly being a lottery pick. I looked at one mock draft the other day. They had him at 11. Met his mom before the bragging rights game. Very sweet lady. So the kid is just calm and cool. Remember the name Keaton Wagler. If Illinois makes the Final Four, he will be the major reason. All right, thought 4, the NFL. It is one of the great redemption stories in NFL history, Sam Darnold. Think about this. In his very first game as the quarterback for the New York Jets, he threw a pick 6. Think about this. The New York Jets felt that their future was better off with Zach Wilson. The Minnesota Vikings thought their future is better off with J.J. McCarthy. The Jets, the Panthers, the 49ers, the Vikings, they all thought they'd be better off without Sam Darnold. Seattle gave him a kind of a team-friendly contract. Not a blockbuster, but enough money to make him happy and put the Seahawks in a position where they could still sign other good players. Well, what does he do in the most important game of his life? He goes 25 of 36 for 340 yards and a 127 passer rating in really a terrific championship game. And thank goodness the Rams are not going to the Super Bowl. Then we have the Jarrett Stidham situation. Now, I tell you what, yesterday was the first start for him in an NFL game in 749 days. And a few minutes in, he threw a 54-yard strike, and he later threw a touchdown pass. I just felt he was going to have a good chance to succeed. I mean, he's big, he's strong, he's got arm talent, 4-star in high school, beat Alabama and Georgia in the same season in Auburn. He has one of the great quarterback coaches and one of the great coaches, period, of his generation in Sean Payton. He worked for another good one in Josh McDaniels. I really thought that he was going to do okay, and he was doing fine. And then the weather got caught up, and then, I don't know, he just looked like a backup quarterback, and things just did not mesh well for him. So, I don't know. I thought that the weather had a lot to do with, but in the end, you thought you were watching, you're thinking, boy, this is the reason he's a backup quarterback. So the New England Patriots and Drake May going to the Super Bowl. And let's face it, May didn't win the game with his arm. He won it with his legs. He had like 3 big scrambling moments that were like 3 of the biggest plays of the game. So congratulations to the Patriots, to the Seahawks. I know it doesn't seem like the sexiest Super Bowl matchup of all time, but like it's the Super Bowl. Are we going to say, oh, we're not going to watch? No. There will be plenty of fine storylines, and plus the rematch with the Patriots and the Seahawks. Remember the last one, the Malcolm Butler game. So, all right, those are some of my thoughts on the sports world. Let's take a short time out. When we come back, we're going to be joined by Kenny Rice. This is the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS.
What happens when your first responder doesn't come home?
I was a widow. How was I going to survive? How were my kids going to survive? Knowing that their husband and their father wasn't coming home.
Fortunately, since 1959, Backstoppers has been there to help.
Backstoppers showed up. They were just ready to embrace me.
Without them, I don't feel like we would have been the family that we are today.
It's the 6th annual